The Board of Education meeting for Thursday, January 15th, 2026. Happy New Year. This meeting will be live streamed on the RUSD YouTube channel, and if you would like to view the meeting on our Spanish live stream, please follow the link provided on the agenda, which can be found on the website, riversideunified.org. Our meeting today is held in the boardroom at the Riverside Adult School and is open to the public. Our board clerk, Ms. Vickers, is absent today, so I will note for the record that we have a quorum present at this time. I will ask Dr. Tweed, Vice President, if you could please, Dr. Tweed will be doing the clerk's duties today for the remainder of the evening. And I want to ask Dr. Tweed if we have a quorum.
Oh, we do.
Thank you. Before we begin public comments on closed session topics, I wanted to take a moment to note that we are making a change to the timing of public comments during our board meetings. To better honor our students, families, community members, and staff, we have updated our agenda flow for 2026. Public input on closed session topics will still occur right before the board enters the closed session. Additionally, we will be holding a single public comment period early in the meeting for all public input. This will include topics that are both on the agenda and also for topics that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. To ensure all voices are heard before decisions are made, the board will not begin deliberations or take action until the public comment period has concluded. Dr. Tweed, do we have any cards submitted with the requests from members of the community to provide public input on closed session items?
We do not.
At this time, the board will adjourn and to closed session and will return at 5:30 p.m. and welcome back to the RUSD Board of Education meeting for Thursday, 15th, 2026. This meeting is being live streamed on the RUSD YouTube channel, and the link can be found in the RUSD website at riversideunified.org. Also on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@riversideusd board meetings. If you would like to view the meeting in our Spanish live stream, please follow the links that is provided. These all are posted on the agendas as well. The meeting today is being held at the boardroom at the Riverside Adult School and is open to the public. Before we get started, though, I want to take a moment to make an announcement that we are making a change to the placement of public input during our public meetings. To better honor our students and our families and our community members and staff, we have updated our agenda flow for 2026. Public input on closed session topics will still occur right before the board enters closed session. Additionally, we will be holding a single public comment period early in the meeting for all public input. This will include topics that are both on the agenda and also for topics that are not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. To ensure all voices are heard before decisions are made, the board will not begin deliberations or take action until the public comment period has concluded. I wanted to ensure upfront that everyone understands this change to our process so that they can be ready to fill out a public input card before we get to agenda item J, public input. All comments for this meeting will be taken during the single agenda item. So at this time, staff members can assist you with filling out a request to address the Board of Education card near the front entrance of the boardroom and the back. Okay, we're moving on to reporting out on closed session items, and I'd like to report that the board took no action in the closed session today. So let's get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. This evening we have Hadassah Acosta, a 6th grade student from Longfellow Elementary. Here she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, Hadassah, could you please come up to the podium, and once you're finished with the Pledge of Allegiance, please introduce your family and those who came to support you tonight, okay? Then student board member Grace Lee will honor you with a certificate, okay? So go ahead and have us stand up and then tell us what to do.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, staff, and guests. My name is Hadassah Acosta, and it is an honor to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Por favor, pónganse de pie y ponga su mano derecha sobre tu corazón. ¿Listos? Comencemos. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Hadassah. Very well done. Very well done. Muy bien. Hadassah, who is here with you today?
Joining me this evening are my parents, Cesar and Tania Acosta, and my sister, Ana Acosta. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to my principal, Ms. Koss, and assistant principal, Mr. Long, for being present this evening and for their continued support. Thank you for your time and attendance. I wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Hadassah, for that wonderful pledge. Wow, that was very impressive. I wish I could learn that too. Hadassah Acosta is a 6th grade student at Longfellow Elementary School who truly embodies the spirit of the school community. A Longfellow Lion since preschool, this 6th grader has grown up demonstrating a deep commitment to the school's value and culture. As a dedicated dual language immersion DLI student, she has spent years mastering 2 languages and fostering a global perspective that enriches the classroom. Her journey from a preschooler to a sixth grade leader is a testament to her perseverance and loyalty to the Longfellow family. What sets Hadassah apart is her daily commitment to our ROAR principles. She consistently leads by example, serving as a role model for younger Lions by being respectful, open-minded, accountable, responsible. Thank you, Hadassah.
Well done. Acosta family, you must be very proud. Thank you for coming tonight. If you'd like to leave at this time, you're free to leave. If not, you can hang out for a little while as long as you'd like. Thank you. Now we will have reports from our high school student representatives who are here to report on behalf of their school sites. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us tonight. I would like to start with Gunnar Rosloff from Arlington High School. Welcome, Gunnar.
Good evening, President Hernandez-Alexander, Superintendent Llamas, and distinguished members of the board. My name is Gunnar Rosenloff, and I'm excited to be here again and share with you some exciting news about the amazing students and staff at Arlington High School. I'd like to begin my report with how we've begun the new semester. Our first office hours of the second semester was used to reestablish our school values. These values are take care of yourself, each other, and our community. Students were gathered in the gym and met with administrators who shared with us what these values mean for us at Arlington. I'd also like to share that we took a survey afterwards, and 94% of our students believe that office hours is valuable for them. 93% believe it has improved academic achievement, and 86% believe that it has strengthened connection and communication with staff. Speaking of communication and connection, our counseling department has been hard at work connecting with students. Every Tuesday and Thursday of this month, they are hosting college and career labs to help students with college applications. And on Tuesday, they hosted a dual enrollment RCC parent info night to help further that connection. And they have already started visiting classes this year to help with next year's schedule. I'm told last month that we received our second award this school year for outstanding attendance in the district. Speaking of awards, I'm happy to share that Arlington was notified that we are a part of the AP Honor Roll 2025. As a student who's enrolled in 3 AP classes, it's exciting to hear that we're being recognized for our hard work. As many of you know, I'm deeply involved in CTE, and so it's exciting to share that Mrs. Kilbreth's medical assisting program has students completing externship hours at the Riverside Community Hospital. They're gaining valuable hands-on experience, learning real medical procedures, and working with medical professionals in a hospital setting. I would also like to share with you that our ASB hosted the annual RUSD Leadership Exchange on December 4th. Students and leadership students from across RUSD came to Arlington and interacted in leadership development. They were given the opportunity to break out in over 50 breakout sessions in leadership experience. Our Lions Den Theater group is in the process of hosting auditions for our spring musical, Mamma Mia. I'll be sure to tell you how it goes, and I assure you that it will be great. I'd like to end this report how I ended my last one with a thank you for the replacement of our new asphalt in our main parking lot. It has been great so far, I can tell you. And on behalf of Arlington's community, I would like to express appreciation for our school being painted. Although it is not finished, it is looking great, and I assure you it will look fantastic. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you, Gunnar. Good job. Next, we have Flowery Sawarani Yuka from King High School. I apologize for butchering your last name. Will you pronounce it for me so that I can get it right?
Flowery Samaranayaka.
Thank you. Go ahead and give us your report.
Good evening, Board President Lee, Superintendent Llamas, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Flowery Samaranayaka, representing Martin Luther King High School. First of all, happy birthday, Martin Luther King Jr. Today we honor... Today, we honored our school's namesake with a special morning announcement, a 6-foot-tall birthday card, and handing out cupcakes for special facts said about Martin Luther King. On Monday, Martin Luther King High School will participate in the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Walkathon. We look forward to demonstrating our strong sense of school pride and honoring the man who gave the name to our school. Our Black Student Union is planning a full month of activities in February to celebrate Riverside Leaders of Color. This includes commemorating the 100th anniversary of Black History Month through impactful experiences at Martin Luther King High School. As we return from winter break, the G-Quad modeling project has gone underway. With the installation of turf and concrete, the quad has taken on a fresh and aesthetic appearance. Talking about new appearances, we are excited about the resurfacing of our tennis courts in late January, not just for physical appearances, but also for the safety of our student athletes. January also marks the beginning of our academic competition season. This past weekend, Martin Luther King High School's DECA chapter competed in Southern California district competitions, and I'm proud to say that we were extremely successful. Numerous of our competing students at DECA earned glass awards and distinctions, and even are representing Southern California as vice president and California total in DECA. We are extremely proud. The Orion Science Fair competition team is preparing for their upcoming district competition at UC Riverside. Over the last semester, our teams have worked diligently to develop and refine their projects in preparation for their event. I'm excited to say that we have 8 teams going on for district at UC Riverside. We wish them the best of luck. Looking forward, Midwinter is taking place in early February with the theme being Timeless Affair. We are greatly looking forward to an evening full of elegance. On that note, our sophomore class ASB is preparing a prom fashion show this upcoming March. We are eagerly anticipating the theme and location of prom this year. And with that, on behalf of Martin Luther King High School, we thank you for the continued support. Thank you.
Well done, Flowey, thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Davalos from the Education Options Center.
Hello and good evening. Hello and good evening, Board President Hernandez Alexander, Superintendent Llamas, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Daniel Davalos, and I'm here on behalf of EOC to share what is happening at our school. Students return from the holiday break ready to continue working hard to meet their graduation requirements. Teachers and counselors are meeting with students and their parents to update their grad plans to help students organize their efforts to reach graduation. Support social-emotional needs, SAP counselors visit classes and meet with students one-on-one to help reduce the stresses students may experience this time of year. We are excited to offer our Cash for College workshop this coming February, where students and families will learn about available college resources and make the path to college as easy as possible. Students continue to participate in EOC attendance challenges, where they compete for prizes and classroom trophies, created to motivate students to consistently attend school. Engaged students who attend school regularly are more likely to have a positive school experience, which helps them meet their academic goals. The CTE Health Pathway Program continues to provide students hands-on experiences to prepare them for careers in the health field. Students are currently learning how to perform rapid tests and take vital signs, which are essential skills needed in the medical field. Our English learners continue to receive support and acknowledgement for their progress towards reclassification. Several students were awarded certificates for their accomplishments. Art classes are in full swing, giving students the opportunity to express creativity through original and inspiring art class assignments and support from our art teachers. Lastly, we want to congratulate the 18 students who graduated at the end of the first semester. They worked especially hard to reach their goals and are now working on their post-secondary plans. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my report.
Well done, thank you, Daniel. Next up, we have Thomas Bell from Riverside Virtual School.
Good evening, President Hernandez-Alexander, Superintendent Llamas, and esteemed members of the school board. My name is Thomas Bell, and it is my honor as a proud senior at Riverside Virtual School to share with you all the incredible things that have been happening at our school since my last report. It's mid-October, our school has grown a little bit in population, having added over 20 additional students into our virtual learning environment. You might have seen some of our outreach campaigns this fall through social media, Parent Square, and communications, which has helped tell our virtual campus story and share some of the success of our individual trailblazers. In addition to the growth at RVS, we have also seen a little upswing in the growth of RVS Extension, where in conjunction with my peers, other students from Arlington, King, North, Poly, Ramona, STEM, and EOC engage in virtual learning in a variety of extension courses. At this time, RVS Extension has 460 students engaged in online learning beyond their current academic schedule at their home campus. Each academic day, we have continued to work hard in enhancing our literacy skills, especially in writing, through our regular participation in collaborative conversations with our teachers and our peers. These remain at the core of our priorities as engaged, accountable, and determined learners this year. Also, we have continued to engage in learning beyond the classroom and celebrate the accomplishments of both our students and teachers. For example, in October, my peers and I engaged in College Kickoff, becoming more aware of our future offerings and other post-secondary opportunities. Plus, we participated in Red Ribbon Week, celebrating our dedication to being alcohol, drug, violence, and violence-free as a learning community. We were also able to celebrate 2 more of my Trailblazer peers as they reclassified as English language learners, bringing our campus total to 6 since the start of the academic year. We were also able to recognize the significant contributions of 2 members of our adult community, as our school psychologist, Ms. Phelps, was recognized during the National School Psychologists Week in the first week of November. And our school attendance liaison, Mrs. Espinoza, was recognized as the RVS Classified Employee of the Year. Both of them do wonderful things to support all of us learners at the Riverside Virtual School. To extend learning opportunities beyond the classroom, our teachers and school leadership have been able to work hard to identify partnerships which allow us to engage in real-life experiences, lessons, and real-world application of our skills. Since my last visit, RVS students have participated in learning experiences in STEAM, BAPA, and CTE with several local learning partners. For example, on October 24th, RVS students in our computer science CTE pathway participated in Game Jam near Whittier College. On November 7th, RVS students got to see the production of The Princess Bride and engage in a Q&A with Carrie Elwes at the Fox Theater. On November 13th, our RVS visual arts students got to participate in an art showcase at the Citrus Heritage Park along with other peers from RUSD schools. On December 10th, RVS juniors and seniors visited Riverside Community College and got the chance to experience what our local community school has to offer to their futures. On December 12th, several RVS students in grades 5 through 12 went to see the production of The Nutcracker, hosted by Brava at the RCC Landis Theater. Just last week, RVS students in grades K through 12 got to engage in an immersive learning experience around the Chicano art and Chicano culture, while also honing their artistic skills at the Cheech Marin Center for Chicano Art and Culture. Earlier this afternoon, RVS students joined other schools to celebrate the hard work of RUSD students in the honors musical at the Fox Theater as they watch them perform in Singing in the Rain. Looking ahead, we are excited to have additional learning opportunities this spring with our other partnerships with the Broad Museum in Los Angeles, Garner Holt Productions in Redlands, the Riverside's Children's Theater, and the Los Angeles Angels. As we look ahead into the coming month and our forthcoming school year, we plan to continue to strengthen our cause. This spring, RVS will be partnering with the Riverside STEM Academy to collaboratively work together in hosting a midwinter dance and a senior prom. In addition, our RVS student and adult learners will continue to work hard in crafting our refined mission, enhancing learning values and strengthened systems so we may continue our move forward as a campus constructed around positive behavior, interventions, and support. Before I conclude, it is our hope that some of you will be able to join us on Friday, January 23rd for our RVS winter gathering from 5 to 7 p.m. at the EOC. My fellow peers, their families, and our teachers will all be socializing together under the lights as we watch the movie Rescued by Ruby and enjoy some treats provided by Poppin' Flavors and Funky Brewster. Pray for good weather for us. Again, thank you for your time and continued support of the Riverside Virtual School. We are proud of our progress and see what the rest of the academic year holds. Thank you.
Thank you to our scholars. Excellent work. It's so good to hear all the wonderful things that are happening on campuses, and it's great to see each and every one of you develop as excellent public speakers. So I'm glad that you have this opportunity. Thank you again for the reports. You're free to go if you'd like. If you have some homework, if you have some things you want to do, you are free to go, or you can stay for the rest of the meeting. It's totally up to you. But thank you very much. We are moving on to the next item of our agenda, item F, recognition items. Tonight we have some exciting items on recognition. We will be celebrating both RUSD scholars and staff members tonight. The first one up is a recognition for our CIF champion Lady Bears flag football team. Mr. Sean Curtin is here to share with us about their success.
We're going to let them come on in. Well, good evening, Superintendent Llamas, Board President Hernandez Alexander, and Board Trustees. Tonight I have the distinct pleasure, well, we'll let them all get up there. All right. So I have the distinct pleasure to share that the Riverside Poly High School girls flag football team is being recognized tonight for winning the 2025 Southern Section Division IV Championship. So let's give them a round of applause. So these Poly Bears, they defeated West Ranch 27-18. They also were they're the first team in Riverside to hold that title, and they get to claim that they were the first in the Inland Empire because Santiago High School was 4 hours later, so you guys get to say that you were first. So they were led by Coach Pat Meach and supporting staff Megan Lopez, Alexis Carpintero, Stephen Carpintero, and Nico Nunez. As you know, coaches spend a lot of time with their athletes to make them the best versions of themselves, so let's give them a round of applause. I have more information. So CIF, the CIF Division IV Player of the Year is Brooklyn Snyder. So Brooklyn, you're on stage, take a bow. Joined with Brooklyn on stage also is Sanaya Brewer and Ashlyn Gilman. They were all CIF. But I do want to share a fun fact. So on Friday nights, these girls were doing double duty. On Friday nights, these two young ladies were supporting the Poly High School boys, the football team on Friday nights, and celebrating touchdowns. And on Saturdays, they were catching and defending touchdowns. So let's give them a round of applause. And last but not least, Coach Meach, who's up here right here, was selected as the Division IV Coach of the Year for CIF. So awesome. So one last congratulations to the group. Pat's here if you want to ask him any questions or if he has anything to say.
Any questions? I would just like to say thank you for supporting our group, our team. This is a fantastic group of young women that bought into everything that we asked them to do, came to practice every day, practiced with purpose. They showed up with the right attitudes, and it proved itself to be the right attitude at the end of the year by winning the CIF championship. Very proud of them.
I just want to express my gratitude to the Lady Bears and their coaches for allowing me to be part of that journey. I was there at the game, and it was just magnificent to see your athleticism and just your poise and your graciousness, just going up to our other opposing team and just the spirit. So I could see everything as I was there, and just a huge amount of gratitude. So thank you, Lady Bears.
Ladies, stay there real quick. Parents, you got 1 minute. Make it happen.
Ladies, ladies, stay up there 1 more minute. I'd just like to say something. I was a high school principal for many, many years. First of all, most people don't recognize that most principals never earn one CIF championship at their school in their tenure as a principal. It just doesn't happen. It's a great accomplishment on the part of you. I'm glad I get to see the plaque, but I'm more anxious to see the plaque in the gymnasium that stays there for years to come. Congratulations, nice job. You bring recognition not only to yourself and your school, but you bring recognition to the Riverside Unified School District. For that, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Great work to the girls, to the coaching staff, and to parents for all your dedication. Okay, up next, we have another opportunity to celebrate a scholar. We will celebrate a Ramona High School student who was named a Quest Bridge National College Match Scholar. Dr. Angelo is here to help us understand just how special this is.
Good evening, President Hernandez-Alexander and Superintendent Llamas and members of the board. It is my distinct honor to introduce Ava Ramos Rivera to the board this evening. A lifelong member of the RUSD family, Ava began her academic career at Madison Elementary before attending Sierra Middle School and finally Ramona High School. Over the course of her K-12 journey, she has demonstrated an exceptional level of character and academic excellence. Her academic trajectory is particularly inspiring. As a dedicated 6-year avid student, she has transformed challenges into triumphs, earning the titles of AP Scholar and Perennial Honor Roll recipient. Beyond the classroom, Ava's leadership is multifaceted, whether she's managing church finances, leading on the field as a soccer team captain, or serving as an officer in the multi-language club. She models responsibility and teamwork. These experiences have fueled her professional aspirations to become a chief financial officer, a goal rooted in her desire for financial independence and excellence. So tonight we celebrate life-changing milestone for her. Ava has been named a Questbridge National College Match Scholar. Out of thousands of applicants nationwide, Ava was matched with the prestigious University of Chicago. This match includes a full 4-year scholarship covering tuition, room, and board, and we're incredibly proud to celebrate Ava's hard work and this well-deserved success. So congratulations, Ava.
Well done. Ava, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words? You don't have to. Okay, that's fine. We are all very proud of you. Congratulations. Are we taking pictures or anything, Wendell? Yeah? Okay. Yes. Yes, go ahead, Mr.
I have one question. Do you have your winter clothes together? Chicago's going to be a cold place for you. Yeah, congratulations, and you also bring great recognition to not only Ramona and yourself and your family, but to all of us. Nice job.
Congratulations, Ava, and we wish you the very best at the University of Chicago. Enjoy. Our last recognition, we will celebrate Miss Lupe Avila, a Poly High School teacher. Miss Avila has been named one of the Carlston Outstanding Teachers of America for going above and beyond teaching. So to give a little context, these are award recipients that are nominated exclusively by former students who are either enrolled in or have graduated from four-year colleges and universities. This year's nominations were submitted by students from institutions across the United States, most of whom were first-generation college students and who credit their high school teachers with inspiring their academic and personal success. So Assistant Superintendent Ibarra, can you please tell us a little bit something about Ms. Avila?
Actually, I'm going to turn it over. Good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Hernandez-Alexander, Superintendent Llamas, and members of the board. I'm actually going to turn it over to Beverly Young. We have the privilege of having someone directly from the foundation that will be able to tell us.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, guests. I'm Dr. Beverly Young. I'm the executive director of Above and Beyond Teaching. We're a California nonprofit that for the last 25 years has awarded special recognition to California high school teachers. Teachers such as Ms. Avila can only be considered for this award by a nomination from a former student as a teacher who has significantly impacted and changed their life. When a nomination is received, we talk to the student, we talk to the principal, Mr. Darrell Hansen, who's here, we talk to counselors, we talk to teaching colleagues, and we talk to as many additional former students as we can locate. I then spend a day in the teacher's classroom, which I have to say, I do this all over the state all the time, but this was a special visit for me because I just happen to also be a Poly alum. So it was really fun for me to go back and visit. Our board considers the nominations that we receive each year, and we select up to 5 winners. Ms. Avila received $10,000. She is receiving tonight an additional $2,000 to spend at her school. I always make sure the principal knows that she gets to decide how to spend that money. We honor the winners every year in November at a banquet in San Francisco. We bring all of their families together, where all of our 100 past winners also attend, along with the surprise student who nominated the teacher. The teacher doesn't know until that night who nominated them. That student also attends, Brooke Harold, who is a 2021 Poly grad, who's now at RCC studying kinesiology and nutrition. She nominated Ms. Avila and gave the speech presenting the award. she would have been here with us tonight. Her grandmother took ill and she had to leave. But Brooke credits Ms. Avila with her discovering her own voice, her emotional maturity, and her academic success. Tonight, Lupe is going to get a copy of the file that will tell her all of the students that I spoke to and what they said about her, as well as what her principal and her colleagues said about her. She'll also get that check for her school. We believe we're the only award that celebrates these special teachers who care so deeply about their students that their lives are changed. In addition to her award, Ms. Avila will now also have the opportunity to join our other previous 100 honorees in supporting and mentoring new teachers. Our work is supported by our foundation, by the Sun Family Foundation, and generously by Schools First Federal Credit Union, represented tonight right here by Cassandra Amaya. Also tonight, Lupe's husband, Ruben, her daughter, her son-in-law, 2 of her grandkids. Her whole family was there in November, and as well as some of her colleagues. So we're very proud of her. I wanted to show you her award and also let you hear from her. You should be very, very proud of her. It's a very unique award.
Congratulations, Ms. Avila.
Thank you. I am just absolutely humbled and honored. Thank you for having me tonight, Board President Hernandez-Alexander, Dr. Llamas. It has just been, and our family members. I am beyond words, literally. It has been humbling, exciting, and although the award is in itself an amazing honor, I think being nominated by a student and having my students support the nomination is probably the most incredible honor. So it just speaks to why I chose this profession, why I love coming to work every day at Poly and being in RUSD. So thank you very much.
So well deserved, well deserved. And when you do open up that capsule, get your tissues ready because I'm sure there will be lots of tears. And is there anything do you want to present your family? I know you are a Poly family through and through.
We very much are, yes. My husband and I are both Poly alum. I'm class of 92, he's class of 93, or 91, excuse me, I'm making you younger. And then we have 5 children. My oldest daughter, Alyssa, is, I'm gonna get this all wrong, let's see, 2008. My son, RJ, is class of 2015. My daughter, Alex, is class of 2016. Is that right? Did I get those right? 14, 15. There's so many of them. And then our youngest, Brianna, graduated in 2020. Our daughter, Maya, passed away at the age of 13, but she would have been a proud member of the Poly class of 2017. So,
Thank
yes,
you. Well deserved. Thank you for your service and for loving our kids.
Thank
Yes.
you. It's
Thank
my
you.
honor. You're coming with me.
So great. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent, sorry. Okay, now we're moving on to the next item on our agenda, Agenda G, Parent Organization Report. And we will start with Ms. Yogini Braslaw, the President of Riverside Council Parent Teacher Association. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Board President Dr. Hernandez-Alexander, Superintendent Dr. Llamas, and distinguished members of the RUSD Board and Cabinet. My name is Yogini Braslaw, President of Riverside Council PTAs for the 2025 to 2027 term. This year, Riverside Council of PTAs celebrates 98 years of fulfilling the organization's mission to support and speak on behalf of children in schools, in the community, and before governmental bodies and other organizations that make decisions affecting children, to assist parents in developing the skills they need to raise and protect their children, and to encourage parent and public involvement in the public schools. This mission statement embodies a theme our board members and chairperson believe describes a commitment to the communities and schools, and that theme is RCPTA, Together We Serve, United They Thrive. Today's PTA is a network of millions of families, students, teachers, administrators, and business community leaders devoted to the educational success of children and the promotion of family engagement in schools. As the largest child advocacy organization in the nation, we serve 13.8 million students, 770,000 teachers, and have 4 million members. The ability to speak for every child with one voice is the power of PTA. Currently, RCPTA has 4,569 active members, which encompasses the 40 units that we serve in the RUSD, and we're anticipating the charter of Casablanca Elementary School, PTA soon. Our units continue to have membership drives, so council can attain our goal for this school year of 5,000 members. We have all heard it takes a village to raise a child. When you become a PTA member at your child's school, that is when you're helping to build the village and to support all children. Council would like to extend our gratitude to the Board of Education members, Superintendent Dr. Llamas, cabinet members, school administration representatives who attended our annual Presidents and Principals meeting on September 17th, 2025 at Earhart Middle School. This meeting is the first for the new school year where council and district administrators meet to strengthen our commitment to working together in ensuring that family engagement is the forefront so that every child's potential is a reality. We recently had submissions of our Reflections Art program with over 73 submissions by scholars from many of our units. 23 scholar art pieces were forwarded to 23 district PTA and are hoping many of those will move on to state. This year's theme was I Belong. This amazing program increases community awareness about the importance of arts in education by encouraging students to unleash their creative talents and express themselves in their artwork. RCPTA's Reflection Showcase and Award Ceremony will be held on Wednesday, February 11th at Ramona High School. Please come support us and see some of our amazingly talented scholars. In addition, RCPTA was grateful for the opportunity provided by RUSD to attend the 2026 Excellence Through Education Conference on September 16th and 17th in Palm Springs. We were able to meet and work with all parent-led groups in RUSD while learning better ways to promote family engagement for student success. This year, our Founders Day meeting will be held on February 18th at Chemawa Middle School, with units decorating their tables to align with the reflection theme of I Belong. In addition, we plan on having Rose Mays, who is the Executive Director of the Fair Housing Council, as a guest speaker. Ms. Mays has devoted over 30 years of her life to community activism and social justice in our region. And finally, please mark your calendar for our annual RCPT Awards and Scholarship Brunch, which will be held on April 22nd, 2026 at the beautiful RCO building in downtown Riverside. The grassroots of our national parent organization are advocating for programs and legislation to make a positive impact on the education, health, safety, and well-being of all children. We are once again inviting the RUSD to partner with the Riverside Council PTA this year to offer a unique opportunity to select a group of students in both government and economic courses. Students will be reintroduced to the legislation process and have an opportunity to experience civic engagement by meeting with their local representatives and learning how to advocate for a cause of their choice and to better the lives of all students and family. Our council board members look forward to the continued participation and engagement within the PTA organization of RUSD. In this regard, I would like to thank Ms. Thaxton, as she is the bridge between RCPTA and district administrators in helping develop mutual plans of understanding and working together for the common goal of family engagement. I would also like to thank my amazing RCPTA board. They come with a multitude of experience and have years of knowledge being presidents at unit level, council level, and also Ms. Bowling, who is our teacher representative. She sits on the board as well. And in closing, please keep in mind that
Thank you, Ms. Bressel. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Next, we're moving on to District Association reports, item H. We will start with a report from Mr. Mike Green, President of the California School Employee Association, Chapter 506. Welcome, Mr. Green.
Good evening, President Dr. Hernandez-Alexander, distinguished board members, Superintendent Llamas, extended cabinet, and everyone here tonight. Happy New Year. I'm not sure if it's too late for that, but I'm going to say it anyway. And it's good to be back for the second half of the school year. CSEA looks forward to the many successes and some challenges that will make us even better. I am Mike Green, president of the Classified Employees Union, CSEA, Chapter 506, and along with 1,800 plus members are happy to be a part of RUSD. When I last reported, we were left with a cliffhanger, with all of our executive board known except our critical chief union steward, and with an outstanding field of outstanding candidates seeking to be the prime advocate for our members. The process began. On December 23rd, our members spoke and selected Jose Ortiz, our new chief union steward. He, along with all of our new e-board, will serve our members for the next 2 years, previously 1 year, for the first time ever. The new e-board looks forward to working with the executive cabinet to continue the good works that we have and are doing. In addition to finding out how the cliffhanger ended, our member also voted their approval of the custodial restructure. With everyone now informed on exactly how it will look, we eagerly await February 9th, the start of RUSD being even better than the best that it already is. Also in December, we held our holiday gathering to celebrate with our members. We celebrated the holidays and our successes in 2025. During the course of our celebration, we found time to continue to collect money from our members to support our annual scholarship program. In the spring, we will be awarding 2 deserving students with scholarships. I would like to remind you that we will be attending our 100th annual CSA statewide conference this summer. Our e-board would definitely like to show our team's commitment to excellence to every other school district in California by having as many of you there as possible. Despite the fact that our members do have concerns at work that are brought to our attention, we collaborate on a weekly basis to quickly address those concerns. We are able to resolve most problems quickly with both CSEA and RUSD working together to accomplish the best outcomes. In all things, we are not perfect, but we are always looking to be extraordinary. As always, our members continue to be the stars of CSA Chapter 506. We have over 160 job classifications that passionately serve this district. Our CSEA Executive Board continues to listen to our members as they expect us to clarify language in our contract, negotiate equitable benefits, salary, and better working conditions, including manageable workloads. This concludes my report for the CSEA Chapter 506 Riverside Unified.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. Next up, our final district association report is from Ms. Laura Bowling, president of the Riverside City Teachers Association. Welcome, Ms. Bowling.
What? Wow. Good evening, Board President Hernandez Alexander, President Superintendent Llamas, and members of the board. I love that I see you here, Mr. Kinnear. It's good to be here this evening. I hope that 2026 is off to a great start for everyone. Looking forward to a productive 2026. I've had the pleasure of working with our academic counselors that they are working to provide much needed service to our students. Some of their concerns are some counselors in our district don't have an opportunity to have a space that protects student confidentiality during a session. They want consistency across all sites with the duties that they perform, and it's not left for the complete discretion of site administrators. I will continue to work with this group to advocate for them to do the job that they were hired to do. At the end of the school year, 3 certificated nurses plan to retire from their service with RUSD. The remaining 7 nurses are very concerned that with their very large caseload, it will grow if those 3 nurses will not be replaced. My hope is that they will not be the case, and students will continue to benefit from the crucial services that our nurses provide. RCTA is making every effort to establish a viable organizing committee to engage members, students, and community partners. There is a mighty group of RCTA members that have been working the past year to gain traction and their motto is that we need best practices, not past practices in RUSD from preschool to project team. On that note, thank you for your time this evening and look forward to our time together later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Next up, we're going to item I. This will be the last item prior to public input. Please hand in your public input cards with the item you wish to bring before the board, and hand it over to staff in the back before I call item J, public input. So we are moving on to item I, reports and discussion. We only have one report tonight, and that is regarding an update to the board on our career technical education programs in RUSD. Mr. Ron Weston, our coordinator of the CTE program, will be providing this presentation. Welcome, Mr. Weston.
Good evening, Board President Hernandez-Alexander, Dr. Llamas, and Board of Trustees. Tonight I will present our mid-year progress report outlining our work since the June 2025 year-end review. And you'll notice Gunnar up there on the screen, one of our student ambassadors, spoke earlier. District priorities, LCAP plan is action 2.3A for career technical education. And the purpose tonight is to provide a report to you as board members and our educational partners on our CTE programs in RUSD. Some outcomes that we'll talk about, a review of district programs and student highlights, current department work, and grant funding in future presentations. To graduate career ready in RUSD, students must demonstrate mastery across 3 critical domains. 1, rigorous academics, ensuring college eligibility through UC A through G completion and acquiring early college credit. 2, technical expertise, validating specialized knowledge through industry-recognized certifications, such as food handlers cards, CPR, Adobe certifications. And 3, professional skills, demonstrating mastery in communication, teamwork, problem solving, and effort and engagement. So tonight we'll start with our program review. The first slide here is our enrollment by school site. And right now we have about 38% of our students in a CTE program throughout all of our high schools. And this is our percentage of enrolled by student population. A closer analysis of our CTE performance reveals a strong upward trajectory. In the 2024-25 academic year, 670 students successfully completed a CTE program. Looking ahead, our 3-year forecast indicates sustained growth, with completion numbers expected to reach about 870 students in the 2027-28 school year, representing a significant increase in the capacity of our career readiness efforts. We are seeing a high level of instructional excellence and student engagement this year. To illustrate this, the upcoming slides showcase our current initiatives and the transformative work happening within our classrooms and out in the community. So first, we'll talk about the Fall Showcase. This past October, we successfully executed a key outcome of our strategic plan by hosting the Fall CTE Showcase in conjunction with Dr. Llamas' State of the District event. Each program was represented by students and our CTE ambassadors who engaged directly with parents and community members. This event highlights our commitment to community outreach and the expansion of career awareness to our district's families. Our ambassador presentation. Our CTE team maintains a strong presence at the annual regional CTE conference in Rancho Mirage, highlighted this past November by the presentation by 2 of our CTE ambassadors, Gunnar Rosenloff from Arlington and Yuviana Davenport from Riverside Poly High School. Representing our district on a regional stage, these student leaders articulated the best practices of our ambassador program and shared firsthand insights into how the program fosters leadership, professional growth, and career readiness. We are proud to see our students serving as advocates for Riverside CTE excellence, demonstrating the high level of engagement and technical proficiency fostered across our district. See Gunnar there on the left and Yuvi on the right. Some of my staff in the middle there. Our educational partner visits. In observance of National CTE Month in February, the department will host a series of educational partner site tours at each of our comprehensive high schools. These tours are designed to provide our key stakeholders, including members of our district's CTE Advisory Committee, middle and high school counselors, and regional industry partners with a firsthand look at our programs. Featured above is Mr. Gordon Bournes, a valued advisory committee member, engaging with CTE Ambassador Chase Porter from Ramona High School. And this illustrates the vital dialogue between industry leadership and our future workforce. So what about our current work? Our main goal is to improve student learning as it is across the district. In direct alignment with the district's mission to enhance student learning, the department has systematically integrated the Big 7 framework into our professional development model. Internally, our instructional focus remains centered on cultivating student independence, maintaining rigorous grade level standards, and utilizing on-the-spot interventions to stimulate higher order thinking. Simultaneously, we are optimizing our external support structures by maximizing classroom instructional time, supporting the student for school, and meticulously preparing the learning environment for peak performance. Beyond the Big 7, we have solidified our 3 common commitments to universal access by integrating graphic organizers, sentence frames, and collaborative conversations into every pathway. Instructional scaffolding is supported by our long-standing partnership with special education, which has matured into a monthly collaborative cohort. This year, we intensified this work through targeted professional development led by experts in the EL services, special education, and GATE departments, equipping our CTE faculty with specialized strategies to optimize learning for all student demographics. Our integrated system of support has yielded measurable gains in student attainment. Specifically, we saw completion rates rise by 4% for English language learners, 6.4% for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 7.2% for students with disabilities. Our commitment is to provide ongoing investment in professional development and targeted intervention to ensure continued growth. Talk a little bit about our new CTE standards. The state of California is currently undergoing a comprehensive programmatic realignment to ensure CTE curriculum and standards mirror the latest state and national workforce priorities. This transition involves shifting from 15 industry sectors to 14 modern career clusters, which better reflect the contemporary global economy. By integrating newly updated pathway and cross-pathway standards with existing anchor standards, students master the competencies required by industry leaders. This is being managed through a disciplined, phased implementation by CDE. Phase 1 is complete. 3 clusters with standards are available now. That's in arts, entrepreneurship, and marketing, with Phase 2 set to modernize 6 more clusters in 2026-27. The move to revised standards carries 3 operational implications. First, curricular alignment. we are facilitating full course revisions to synchronize classroom instruction with the new cross-pathway standards. Second, credentialing and certification. We're actively monitoring state guidance on possible grandfathering provisions to ensure our veteran CTE teachers are seamlessly integrated into the new career clusters. And finally, strategic investment. We are aligning our fiscal resources, including Perkins and the CTE incentive funding, to ensure teachers have the specialized training and modernized equipment necessary to meet elevated industry benchmarks. Our major construction projects, as you recall, we're working through creating the new welding program at John W. North High School and updating the culinary facilities at Ramona and Riverside Poly High School. Those are on track to be completed for August 2026. And you can see this was December. The room at North was pretty much dismantled at that point, demolished, and they're working on the reconstruction of that currently. This is Riverside Poly High School. This is going to be the new kitchen. Doesn't look anything like a kitchen right now, but it will. We're really excited about that. And then Ramona, and they actually started trenching. I had gotten new pictures, but couldn't put them into the presentation. So all the electrical groundwork and all that kind of stuff is taking place right now. So we are on schedule. All right, we'll talk a little bit about grant funding. To address emerging regional workforce gaps, we applied for funding to establish new pathways in HVAC and aviation or logistics. Although our initial $2 million grant request was not funded, we are leveraging the February resubmission window to strengthen our proposal. But our objective remains clear: to open these programs by August 2027, securing the necessary resources through grants or alternative fiscal strategies to ensure our students have access to these high-wage, high-growth sectors, or now career clusters. I've got to get used to saying that. And then finally, our strategic plan, our 5-year plan, in direct response to the board's request to envision and create the future we want. We dedicated this past year to defining our 5-year strategic vision. To ensure the work was grounded in local realities and national best practices, we partnered with Dr. Kevin Fleming, a renowned CTE consultant, to conduct comprehensive system audits. This process included over 100 deep dive interviews and focus groups, capturing a 360-degree view of our district from educational partners. This intensive study allowed us to celebrate our diverse strengths, specifically our broad program portfolio and record of student success, while gaining the clarity needed to bridge our strategic gaps. As a result of this work, we have crystallized our efforts into 4 primary goals that will guide our growth through 2030. You'll see them on the screen. Goal 1 is to change mindsets and raise awareness. Goal 2, expand access and equity in our CTE programs. Goal 3, enhance work-based learning and industry partnerships. Sorry about that. And 4, strengthen programs and support systems. We will be conducting a deeper dive into each goal at the February 12th board meeting. To conclude this mid-year update, it is clear that we are not just maintaining our CTE programs, but transforming them to ensure our students are career-ready, period. Our momentum is building, with over 38% of our students currently engaged in CTE programs and a projected growth of 869 program completers in 2028. Our progress is defined by 3 strategic pillars. 1, modernization of infrastructure. We're now in the renovation stage at the 3 schools we mentioned moments ago, ensuring that by the 2026-27 school year, students will be training in state-of-the-art welding and culinary facilities, mirroring the modern workplace. 2nd, instructional rigor and equity. Through our integrated systems of support and the Big 7 framework, we have seen significant gains in completion rates for our most diverse learners. 3rd, our vision for the future. While we celebrate these wins, We are already looking forward. This includes the resubmission of our Strong Workforce Grant, to launch the new programs, and the rolling out of our 5-year plan. We look forward to February for a deeper dive into the strategic plan. Together, we will continue to provide our students with the most competitive advantage they need to lead and succeed in the regional economy. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Excellent, excellent work. Do the members of the board have any questions for Mr. Weston? Dr. Tweed?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Weston. It's definitely exciting to see what's coming for our students in the future. And you gave some statistics on the utilization of the CTE program across all the schools. My question is kind of more nuanced, but how much capacity do we currently have? Like, are we at 30% utilization because that's all we can offer? Like, is there a waiting list for CTE programs, or are they being underutilized?
Yeah, there are for some of our programs. For others of our programs, we're just at capacity. There's not a waiting list. One of the biggest issues is really master schedule availability opportunities. So having things like AVID and some of our other programs that are just as valuable as CTE can cause kind of a drain on that master schedule. So that's the biggest piece. One of the things that we are working on that we'll talk a little bit more about next month at our 5-year plan is to figure out ways that we can offer these programs either after school or on the weekends or some type of mix of hybrid / lab work on a campus. We've got to be able to be creative and then also expand our early college credit options for our students. Be able to take a CTE program that might not be offered at one of our high schools, that might be offered at one of our colleges, specifically RCC.
And I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you said the cross competency between the sectors or the clusters.
Yes.
Does that essentially allow a student to maybe shift from one sector to another because they may change their mind mid-schooling?
Well, what we're finding, it is in some way, but what we're finding is that a lot of our CTE programs have a lot of overlap, or they come alongside each other, the tangential careers. And so the states recognize that, and so building these new career cluster standards and the framework is going to allow our students to move a little bit more seamlessly into blended programs. We haven't really seen anything right now with the new standards about what the cross-cluster work will look like, but we expect that next year.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tweed. Next is a student board member, Lee, followed by Mr. Kinnear.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. I wanted to ask, how are the CTE courses chosen for the schools? And is it like by student preference, or how do you know which one to?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So back in the old days, back when we first started in 2005 in the district, we had several programs, and they were really just facilitated by what the site wanted at the time. And then over time, it kind of grew to what money might be available for a program through grant funding. And now within the last 7 years, it's really regional need. So we're required, when we get any type of CTE funding from the state, to really look at what jobs are available in those careers and think about how we can build those programs on our campuses. Every once in a while, we can put a fun program in at a school because it has meaning for the students, but most of the time it really needs to have that after high school job opportunity for students. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Kinnear?
Thank you. I appreciate the information and the data that you provided. In addition to enrollment by school, I'd also like to see enrollment in the district over time, because that helps me look at how are we doing as a board in a district in expansion. So even going back to pre-COVID, just lots of times we compare ourselves to pre-COVID figures. So I'd like to go all the way back. I don't think we need to compare ourselves to the COVID days because that was
were lean times.
really tough time. So that's not of interest to me. But enrollment over time is, and I don't think I need to know the differences in the percentages of enrollment by school necessarily over that time, unless you see some significant changes that you think the board should be aware of. I wanted to see if you disagree with this statement. I was thinking about this. The differences in percentage by school, might not seem like much. I don't have the slide in front of me. Martin Luther King had the highest percentage of kids enrolled in CTE for the comprehensive high schools. And the difference between them and, say, Ramona or North or Poly or Arlington might not seem like much, but it could be an additional pathway. And it could be, the percent is slim, but it could make significant differences in terms of options for kids themselves. Is that statement an accurate statement? I'm sorry.
I think in some ways it is accurate, but also when we look at a school like King, we've noticed more than other schools that students are completing 2 pathways at King. So I think your enrollment may be a little bit higher there in some ways. And you're right, the program offerings may make a difference too, but significant numbers of students are enrolled in multiple programs at King.
Okay, I know that in discussions, maybe with you or maybe with the principal at Ramona, I know there are differences that at each site that account for some of the changes. For example, Ramona has the Arts Academy, and the Arts Academy, drives much of the scheduling for Ramona, appropriately so.
Right.
So Ramona might lag behind. And I'm not discouraging, I'm not asking for us to diminish the offerings at King. I'm wondering to what degree we should be expanding the offerings at the other schools, and then determining priorities as it relates to which schools get those additional pathways for the future. English learners and students with disabilities. You made a comment that we've seen an increase in completion rates for those two, but I didn't see the data.
We'll provide that.
Yeah, if you could provide that, I'd appreciate it. I would expect to say that just like with other district data, that completion rates for English learners and special ed students still lag behind the district average or a school average to some degree. But I'm wondering what the obstacles are for students completing CTE pathways, students who are English learners or special ed, because that would then help this board determine how we might overcome some of those obstacles. So I'd like to hear about that in the future.
Sure.
That would be appreciative. I really appreciate your internal metrics and how you're looking at the future, and that'll help support what internal goals that we have to increasing that completion rate. I mean, frankly, 18% is not of completion rates for CTE is not a bragging point for this district at this time. I know we will be there for a bragging point. I know that that's going to happen. So seeing your progress towards that is commendable, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Again, I want to talk about my focus for CTE, and my focus for CTE is on students that aren't going to college, that don't have a plan, and we haven't been able to isolate what number that is or how to measure ourselves against that statistic. So I'd like to hear more about that. Although I really understand the value of looking to the future in terms of our jobs market, et cetera. A big part, in my mind's eye, of CTE completion is helping kids do better in the classes that they already have at the high school. So if somehow or another we can look at how our kids doing there, and I worry that looking at aviation, although I was told in my board preparation that the aviation field includes kids that are going to college and kids who aren't going to college, et cetera. I'm wondering if there are other professions that might be of more benefit to our kids that aren't going to college than aviation. Although aviation will attract a lot of attention, we'll get a lot of kudos for aviation, but I'm not sure it's the right place. You made a comment. You made a comment, a fun program, a fun CTE program. When our student board member said, how do you select the areas? And you said, well, in the past, we used to do it this way. Now it's changing to industry standards. And then you made a comment about fun program, and I don't know what that comment was.
Oh, it was just a casual comment about things like a retail class that a student might take as an elective, as opposed to a full program on how to market in a class.
Yeah, I'll argue though that a retail program can ground a student in their current studies.
Right.
So I don't.
Which is why we took it from just a regular, student store type of program to one where they're marketing.
Absolutely.
Beyond that. So it was that shift.
And I guess I'm wondering then, as it relates to what programs we'll add in the near future, I'm wondering what programs might be best to support English learners and special ed kids and regular ed kids who aren't planning on going to college.
Right.
Nice job. I think.
Thank you.
I look forward to the February 12th update. I think we are moving along. I'm always impatient, so stay with me with my impatience and moving faster. But nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kinnear. Mr. Lee, did you have some questions?
Yeah, just briefly, because it sounds like we're going to dive deeper at the next meeting, but it's not a workshop. Is that correct, Dr. Llamas? It's just another board presentation, and it's on the strategic plan? Okay.
Yes.
So this is like a teaser today? Okay,
yes.
Cool. Yeah, great job. I see your team's here too. Thank you, team back there, for backing up Mr. Weston. I just want to ask a couple questions because I know we'll get into it more. I'm interested to see what that 5-year strategic plan looks like and where we're headed. But just in terms of our community relationships and our business partnerships, how we're building those relationships. I know at the State of the District, we had a call to action to those that attended and asked those that would like to get involved to do so. If we had any success from that, and then just what kind of communications we have in place to build on the relationships that we've had over the last number of years with people like Mr. Borns, but also those other ones that we've built.
So for new groups, we have our job development specialist, Melissa Shaw, who's been going out and working with those folks, bringing them in to the fold in some way, either through guest speakers or field trip opportunities for our students. And as we move through the continuum, we really want those business partners to be more actively engaged in the work that we're doing in the classroom. So we're hoping that they can take on some mentoring, some job shadowing, internships, possibly pre-apprenticeship opportunities. So that is a process that takes a little bit of time. The business partners that we already have, Melissa's done a good job of working with them to keep them engaged since there was a transition there last year. And then also being able to take them and move them along on the continuum. So if they were in kind of the middle area where they were offering some job shadowing or some mentoring, we want them to move into the internship or pre-apprenticeship side of things. Students are leaving our campus, going somewhere and getting the practical experience in and on the job situation.
All right, yeah, if you could just keep us updated as to how that progress continues. I'm glad Ms. Shaw's here and is taking over for Donna, who used to do it. I'm on your website. I'm just looking quickly. I know you're still building out this website, but I think it would be nice to showcase those partners that we have, and maybe even if they're willing, give us some testimonials so that other employers and leaders in the community that can get a sense of what they can offer the district, what we can offer them should they decide to partner with us, and maybe even some content from students who have had the opportunity. I heard from one of the student representatives today, which one was it? I think it was Gunner, talked about the medical assistant program, right, and that Riverside Community Hospital is giving our students opportunities in that field. So I think highlighting that and just showing the work that you and your department is giving our students and our school sites, because I think the more that we can do to give these students some real job experience or job shadowing, or get a sense of what the practical skills they're learning in the classroom, how they would apply out in the community, whether it's, if they go straight to a career after they leave us and start working before they go to college, or just continue on that path without going to college, or if they do go to college, just seeing what opportunities are available to them so that they can make the best decision for themselves and hopefully have some roots in this community besides just their school, so that they stay here, they get a job here, they build a family here, all of that. So thank you.
All of that's in the 5-year plan.
We'll talk more on the 12th.
I like to hear that 5-year plan. I'm excited about that. I wanted to just commend you on just the way that your team puts together real data-informed presentations, and you're measuring the progress of your program and how the students are doing in CTE. I commend you for that. Our strong industry partners, like my colleague was saying, is so vital to highlight them, especially because many of them are informing the programs that we offer through their advisory board. And I think it's a really great opportunity to highlight the types of partners that are not just offering opportunities, but also informing us as to the jobs of the future. And so I think that's great to highlight them, because they do exist. It's a both and as it relates to, are we preparing students for a career, or are we making sure they're engaged in school? Yes to both, yes. Right? The product is both, that our students leave highly skilled, but also they show up to English class because they want to show up to welding.
Right.
So I think that providing more opportunities is always a good idea. I like where you're going with engaging CTE more in the summer, after school programs, maybe even in the summer. And like you said, the platform's already there with our community colleges to be able to, really beef up our dual enrollment as it relates to CTE. I think it's a priority of the board. It certainly is of the superintendent, of yourself. So as we talk about that 5-year strategic plan, I think that there's going to be some alignment there. So kudos to you and your team. I just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You thought you were off the hook, but no.
I thought you were, yeah, you thought I was done. I didn't have one of my notes in proper order here. When we look at CTE completion rates over the last 3 years, it's a point of celebration to say that we had 212 or just slightly over 200 kids district-wide complete CTE capstone classes 3 years ago, and we've more than doubled that in this point in time. So that clearly is a point of celebration. But I'd also like to know, how do we compare with other districts?
Sure.
So that would be something that would keep my mind in tune with where we're going and how far we've gone. Thanks.
Okay, sure.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Okay, now we're moving on to item J, public input. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to provide comments on any items of business to be transacted or discussed by the board. This will include items that are on the agenda, as well as items that are not listed on the agenda, but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. There was one public comment submitted through electronic communication submission form, and that has been attached to this agenda. At this time, I'm going to ask Board Vice President Tweed if there have been any cards submitted with requests to provide comments during public input period.
Yes.
Okay, before we start public comments, did we have any cards submitted by current RUSD students in that list of cards? Okay, thank you. I will begin by calling public input for item I-1 under Reports and Discussion, Mid-Year Update Report on the Career Technical Education Programs at Riverside Unified School District. Thank you. We have one input card by Sandy.
Good evening. So that presentation still doesn't address the main issue you have with your CTE program. Kids are pigeonholed based on the school they attend. You don't have biomedical at King or Poly. You don't have engineering at Arlington. You claim to allow transfers, but the majority of the people that I know that have put in a transfer to King for the engineering program got denied. My kid got denied. A couple of other friends from our neighborhood got denied. I know of like 2 kids that got approved. And again, you have kids that might want the biomedical. I mean, I sat here and heard a parent saying he wanted a transfer from Ramona to Arlington, which are 2 low-impact schools. They're not impacted, and yet you guys would deny that transfer. So offering these CTEs is great, but when you're not allowing the kids to move to what works for them or what they want to focus on, it does nothing. So if you have a kid who wants biomedical and they're at Ramona and they can't get the class, then how is that going to benefit them that you add CTE at Arlington? It's not. So this is why I said, instead of spending all that money on STEM, put more diverse STEM centers at all these different schools so that you can reach more kids, as opposed to just reaching 1,000 kids at the STEM school. The money would be better served and would have a greater impact on our students if you provided more options at the different schools. I know my kid doesn't want the biomedical. He wanted the engineering. He's a math whiz, doing great, but couldn't get into the engineering program. So again, you see how that doesn't benefit these kids? And when you have a school like Arlington with a 16% math proficiency, you want to be challenged. So you might want to go to King that has a better math proficiency, that has an engineering program, then stay at a school where he might not feel as challenged. So those are things you have to consider with these CTEs, and more diverse options. You say no to the aviation, but I have a friend who moved to Tennessee, and her kid, the first thing he did was enroll in the aviation program. And you have 2 airports here. You have the Flabob, you have the Riverside Airport, you have CBU who offers an aviation program. I had friends that had their kids in that program. It's something you should consider. I know it's expensive. Obviously, you can't have that at all schools, but maybe set some criteria and let the kids that would, thrive there, apply. Things to consider for your next presentation.
Thank you. Now I'm calling for public input on item L, the consent calendar. Trustee Tweed, do we have any public comments, inputs, public input cards submitted for item L, consent calendar?
Yes, we have one.
Thank you. Okay, Sandy?
Okay, so consent. I know you guys all read all 3,000 pages of that school site plans, right? I'm sure you all took a look at those, made sure they were compliant, you know, because we've had complaints about those in the past, your school site plans. So I'm sure you guys all read them. So obviously, I didn't have time to read all 3,000 pages, but I would hope you did to make sure your schools are compliant. But I thought I'd bring you some highlights of my favorite school, the one that my kid attends. So here we go. For instance, Arlington's math is at 16% math proficiency, like I just told you, 16%. District-wide, you're at 30. I actually think Arlington brings you down because I think district-wide you'd be higher if Arlington's number wasn't so low. State, you're at 37% in the state, and we're at 16, and we were at 16 last year. So we saw no improvement. So what's the plan? I've been harping about this for 2 years, and there's no improvement in math at Arlington. Now, trust me, I know it's not for the sake of some of those teachers, because Miss Virgil is like the best math teacher you ever have. Both my kids took her, but obviously there's something going on there if the proficiency is not improving. So the next thing I wanted to address is, you know, part of my complaint was about your school site council. When I filed it the last time, that you had teachers in the parent spots. And the only reason I found out is because I finally got the meeting minutes and said, wait a minute, why are teachers in the parent spots? So this year, here's what the presentation says. It says, for information on who's on the parent advisory, you have to call Principal Ibarra to find out who the parent representatives are. Why? If you listed every other member of the school site council, why wouldn't you list the parents? I want transparency. I want to know who those parents are that are on there, and I want to know if we have teachers taking parent spots again, because that shouldn't be happening. So let's talk about their language arts. Language arts are, language arts are at 40%. They were at 40% last year. They dropped down to 36. Why did we drop? You know, we have a lot of English learners. We have, you know, Arlington is predominantly Hispanic, and I think you're not reaching those kids. So we talked about how you were spreading your extra aid equally amongst the schools, and Mr. Lee actually brought up and said, maybe we should look at focusing where the need is. So I'm telling you, the need is at Arlington. So maybe you should refocus some of that to get these numbers up. I compared them to North, and North's math numbers were at 40%. That's shameful that you have that kind of disparity between the two different schools. You shouldn't have such a big divide. Do something, it's not working. And again, it's on your consent. I know none of you probably looked at any of these school site plans, and I really think you should, because there's no plan. It's supposed to be a school site plan. I see the numbers. Where's the plan?
Thank you. Next, I'll be calling for public input cards on item M, the action items on the agenda.
We have one.
Thank you. Sandy?
I had to make sure I had a drink of water since you want me to do these all at once. So action items, what were your action items? Which one am I speaking on? Am I speaking on all of them?
Item M1.
M1, let's see, what is M1?
Recommendation of reappointment for 2 proposed candidates to serve on additional term on Measure O Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
No, I think I wanted to speak on the amended Board of Education calendar. That's M4. I think,
1 minute, please. Do we have a card for
are you doing one card for just all action items, or are you doing for each item on the agenda?
For each item on the agenda.
Okay, so if you're doing it for M1, did I also submit an M4?
You filled one for M1 and not, that's the only M that you submitted.
Okay, well, I really wanted to speak on M4, which is your meeting. So I'm going to hold my paper up to my head and try and guess what the meeting dates you're going to pick are, because, you know, Mr. Kinnear wanted 7 additional meetings, and I don't see any meeting dates on here. How do we know that your motion is actually going to be moved forward and that we're not going to just say, oh, no, we're not going to have any meetings? This should be on here. If the public has to speak before you do your presentation and before you have your discussion, then they should be on here.
It's attached to the
It is not. I checked your agenda before I come. I checked. It's
I'm
not.
looking at it right now. If you go through Assembly, you'll see it.
When did you add it? Because it wasn't there. I have a screenshot of when you first posted your agenda, and there is no attachment. And I am more than happy to email it to you. You know I never come up here without receipts. So if you added it later, then again, we'll have to notify us when you added it, because if it doesn't comply with the 72-hour sunshine ordinance, then you shouldn't be discussing it. Because again, it was not on your agenda, and I have the screenshot of when it was on there, and I said, how am I supposed to know what dates?
Mrs. Superintendent Llamas, do you have a clarifying statement?
So
Can you pause my time, please?
it was posted on time. I have our board secretary who posts the agenda that day. I know all the items, all the 7 dates that were requested by the Board of Education.
My time is running, so I want, if you're going to talk during my time, then I want my time paused.
Well, just let her finish and then you
So
can answer.
I'm at 53 seconds. Well, I'd like to speak based on the data, because like I said, when I check your agenda, when you first post it, I have the screenshot. I'm happy to send it to you. There is no attachment. So when you put the attachment, no idea, but I will send it to you because I won't bring up these topics without receipts. That's one thing some of these other board members can tell you. So again, I want to know what meetings I'm talking about. I have no way to tell you what meetings, and I hope you're going to stick to your guns, because you're already messing with public participation, and to do it again with less meetings just speaks volumes about the changes that have been done on this board leadership. And Dr. Llamas, if you want this to be your legacy of less parent involvement and lack of transparency, then you're well on your way. Thank you.
All right, next, we're calling for public input for M2, the resolution of 2526, to approve change order number 4, bid number 2023-24-0217, Rivera Equipment, DBA Valley Industrial Mechanical, due to unforeseen conditions related to Casablanca Elementary School new construction. Vice President Tweed, do we have any public input on M2?
We do not.
Okay, we'll move on to item M3, a recommendation to enter into an agreement with Synergistic LLC for energy management and healthier building services. Do we have any input on M3?
We do not.
Thank you. Next, I will call for public input on item M4, Board of Education meeting calendar.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I'm calling for public input on any matters that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Do we have any public input cards submitted for items not on the agenda?
We do.
Thank you. Is there a reason why this is? Okay, first up is Mr. Stephen Figueroa, followed by, I think, Senna Kamituski, sorry, and then Remy Rahman.
Steve Figueroa, education advocate. I'd first like to say it's obvious your disdain for public comment is really sad. For instance, you give us the back, but when you like people, the camera faces them forward. That's just part of it. But you are correct. In all the IEPs I go, which are probably at least 50 in this district, special education department personnel tell them not to get involved in the programs, the CTE programs. That is true. And I can give you names of parents. You've had them come here before, one of the students, where they interfere with transfers and they retaliate. You know, we were told by Mr. Tim Walker's department, because we requested an assessment in Japanese, the primary language, we only assess in English, and you still haven't responded with a prior written notice. Tomorrow we'll be filing a compliance complaint with the state. I believe they develop policy based on your policy. Are you racist? I'd like to know. Because why are you denying them assessments in the primary language as the law requires through his department? Okay, why? I mean, it's like, you sit and look and nobody responds. I call Mrs. Sonia Lamas, she never responds. You know, I email you guys, I can show you the emails and they kick back. I showed your board person over there on the board how his department has put trackers on my IEPs, and I got notified through Norton. Okay, So what I'm saying is, when you had an IEP all in English, it's like not having an IEP at all. That's under the law. You deprived them of substantial parents' rights, you violated, and procedural safeguards. And yet they moved to continue. We don't want Michael DeMarco in this case at all. His discriminatory attitude and the way he treated his parents he should not be in this district in special education. We don't want him in there. And if we do, we'd rather go to due process and put him on the stand so he can just be himself and talk his condescending attitude toward this family because of their Asian. We want it stopped. Now, he needs a non-public school. This is how he is. His offer of FAPE is so bad that he's now on home hospital because you've stressed him out, you've stressed the family out, and if that's his goal, just get rid of the problem by getting rid of the family, it's not going to happen. We're meeting with attorneys to file litigation if we have to. And that'll be a lot more expensive, but we are requesting an ADR. We'll get it from the state. We'll get it from the feds. We'll get it. Please meet with us. One of you have the guts to say, I'll meet with you. They're here humble with their heart in their hand saying, help us help our kid. He needs a non-public school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Next up is Ms. Kamitsuki. Welcome.
Okay, so the interpreter, this is Miwako, Japanese interpreter. I already got because the time is only 5 minutes, 5 minutes window, so I'm going to interpret what she said, okay, earlier. Good afternoon. This is Sena Kamitsuki, Seo's mother. We already appealed to complained to the school, but nothing has changed. My son has ADHD and autism with intellectual disability. We came to the United States 4 months ago, and then he has not receiving the appropriate education. After meeting, the teacher said, he doesn't need a helper or aid anymore. And then they don't change diaper at all. And then they didn't tell me what happened at school either. Ever since he registered, he started attending school last August. He barely learned anything at school. Every morning, I really don't understand why he goes to school. He doesn't want to go to school anymore. So now I feel like he's wasting time every day at school. I believe this is not the education, rather this is abuse. So how many times do I have to come and take care of my child? When can he get the appropriate education? Is this really meaningful to come here? I just want you to provide appropriate or necessary accommodation and education as soon as possible. Please take care of this matter at your earliest convenience. どうぞ、まださん。
前回も来たので、同じことをもう何回も歌いましたので、なんで何も変わらないのか、本当に理不尽です。明らかに自閉症なのに、なんでその学校に通ってるのか意味がわかりません。
ね、はい、okay. Well, I already come here last time, and I complained to you already, but nothing has changed. It's so absurd. It's clear my son has autism, and why he's attending general education class.
今みたいに返事がないです。
See, you don't respond to anything right now.
この状態どのくらい続なきゃいけないんですか？
How long do we have to endure this, time.
今みたいに後ろにいます。
See, look at him. He's behind you.
いろんなトイレも行くこともわかりません。
He's not toilet training. He's not toilet trained.
学校に5時間もいるのに、
Even though he's staying at the school for 5 hours,
何してるか全くわからない
I
んです。
really don't know what he's doing at school.
これはアメリカの教育ですか？
Is this American education?
お母さんとしてひ
As
ど
a
いんですよ。
mother, it's a it's not tolerable.
最初からもう学校に行かなきゃいけないので、なんで行くんですか？
Why does he need to go to school? Why? Even next week.
何のために行くんですか？何も学べないし、
What is the purpose for him to go to school? He cannot learn anything.
Ma'am, can you interpret that we are unable to respond during public comment? These minutes are for her to express herself to the board, not for us to respond. The staff will respond to her directly. If anything, I would give the floor to Superintendent Llamas after public comment to communicate something, but most definitely, the most appropriate way is for the staff to direct themselves directly to her family.
もう対応していただいてくれてありがとうございます。
Yeah, thank you very much for your response.
だけど、
But
もう学校8月入学してもう4ヶ月間も経ったので何も変わらないんです。今年も
it has been 4 months since he attended school last August, but nothing has been changed.
この時間が無駄ですよ。子
So
供の
the time is so wasteful for children,
私の子供
for my
私の
child.
子供
For my child, it's my child. He's
Thank you. Thank you. I know that was difficult. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Thank you. Our team will continue to communicate with you.
Board President, if I may, I've asked Mr. Walker and Ms. Hartshorn to speak to you, just so that they can review the process, so that way there's clear understanding about our procedural aspects and our safeguards. And to our board president's point, we do care about each individual child. We will address this issue at hand. But I do want to make sure that procedure and protocol are being appropriately shared with the parent so that she understands the process that's used. So at this time, I'm going to ask my two team members to speak. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Remy Raman, followed by Pershetta Slack-Davis and Sandy.
Good evening, Superintendent Llamas, President Hernandez Alexander, and esteemed board members. My name is Remy Rahman, and I am an elementary extensive support needs teacher at Emerson Elementary School. Our special education teachers and providers are really looking forward to hearing about the bargaining outcomes. However, I wanted to take a few moments to bring your attention to the needs of our nurses and speech and language pathologists. The nursing department continues to face an escalation in their critical staffing crisis, with an anticipated loss of 30% of their credentialed school nurse workforce at the end of this school year due to the retirement of 3 of our 10 nurses. RUSD's current nurse-to-student ratios significantly exceed the recommendations of professional nursing organizations, far surpass those of surrounding districts, and rank among the worst in California. These caseloads are unsustainable and place student health and safety at risk. School nurses are looking forward to the district hiring to replace the 3 retiring nurses and hiring additional nurses to meaningfully reduce nurse-to-student ratios. This investment is essential to protect students, ensure safe and compliant care, and limit the district's liability. The speech-language pathologists are experiencing an unprecedented number of initial referrals for evaluations. The increased time testing, coordinating, and holding IEP meetings is resulting in hundreds of therapy minutes lost every week. They have temporarily been provided with SLPAs, which are speech-language pathologist assistants, to support twice per month, paid for by LEA funds, which is a great start. But we hope the district will provide them with weekly SLPA support to allow for consistent therapy and potentially smaller group sizes to improve the efficacy of each instructional minute. I know that there is much work left to be done, and we look forward to continue working collaboratively with the district. We must focus on best practices, not past practices, from preschool all the way to project team, to ensure that we are truly doing what is best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Froman. Next, Ms. Slack-Davis.
Good evening, President, trustees, superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Pershetta Slack-Davis. I'm joined by my husband, Jermaine Davis. We're the parents of Eris Davis, a first grade student at Harada Elementary School. On December 18th of 2025, our 6-year-old daughter was allowed to leave campus after school without parental authorization, without staff supervision, and without a safe transfer of custody. This was not a near miss. This was an actual release failure involving a young child. Since that day, we have requested one basic thing from the district: a written account explaining how this happened, where the supervision failed, who was responsible, and what safeguards broke down. Earlier this week, the district confirmed in writing that no incident report, no investigative findings, and no documented account exist. The district has stated that the matter was handled verbally and collaboratively, and that operational fixes were prioritized over bureaucracy, not documented. I'd like to be clear that a 6-year-old, a child, exited a school campus unsupervised. She was exposed to exponential risk that included abduction, exposure to major intersectional traffic. The district has no written record explaining how or why. That should be of concern to every student and every board member in this room. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional as I talk about it. Any short-term safety steps that have been discussed were reactive measures. They were not a substitute for documentation. Agreeing to temporary protections for our child is not partnership, nor is it collaboration. It does not eliminate the need for transparency or accountability. Without documentation, there's no way to verify that this was a one-time event. That's what was said by the district, is that it was a one-time event. There's no way for the board to exercise proper oversight. This is not just about our daughter. It's about whether student safety failures are formally recorded, reviewed, and learned from, or whether they're quietly resolved without documentation, characterized and framed as clear and obvious one-time events. We respectfully urge this board to examine district practices and ensure that when child safety is compromised, it's documented, reviewed, and addressed with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Slack-Davis. Next, we have Sandy.
I hope it doesn't surprise you to know it's not the first kid that's gotten out. Our last superintendent actually posted on her social media that 2 littles escaped when a kid was walking down Troutwine after he got out of John F. Kennedy. So yeah, they do take it very lax, and I'm glad you're following up. So painting, Mr. Precy, I'm glad that you're painting. Arlington looks so much better. Mahmood opt-out. I don't see Dr. Sosa here. Last meeting, he acted surprised when I said I haven't gotten my acknowledgement to Mahmood after he said he had to approve them. So here I am again. I turned in my Mahmood opt-out, I want to say in September, and we're in January. Where's my response? My kids have heard constant comments. Their friends have heard constant comments, disparaging comments about God. You still have disparaging comments about religion in your ethnic studies that haven't been corrected, and yet I do not have my Mahmood opt-out acknowledgement. This is again on record. I will follow it up with another email, and again, I will be filing a formal complaint if I do not receive my acknowledgement, especially since it was such a show between Dr. Noemi saying I had to come and, quote scripture and verse. So I'm ready. I got scripture and verse. You want to talk about millstones around people's necks? So, yeah. Again, I want my opt-out. Public input. I looked at your policy, 9323. No changes were made to your policy about this. So where was this change? I came to the meeting. There was no discussion about changing public input. When was this made? I was at the meeting. You didn't vote on it. You didn't change a policy. So why was this changed? Do you think I want to come up here and speak for 20 minutes straight? Sometimes maybe even 30 if at 3 minutes a topic, because some of your meeting agendas go really long. I've been here till midnight. So, oh, and I still need my Starbucks card. So again, who made this change? Where's the transparency? If you made this change, I want to know that it's for the good of the public. Initially, I thought, wow, people that work late aren't going to get here. But now I'm seeing like we're doing public inputs, at 7:30, when normally public input would probably be at 6:30. And then you could come and speak on other items. Now, let's say a parent tonight saw an item that's on the agenda later tonight and thought, oh, I can come. And they didn't notice that you made that caveat change to public comment. That's not acceptable, and that's not transparency. Like I said, you didn't vote on it. There was no, who decided it? Was it you, Dr. Lamas? Was it our new president? Because you're changing with the meetings, you're changing with the public input. It's not good. It's all going away from transparency and away from public input. It's not going to affect me because I'm here at 5:30. They don't even let me in the door. They always tell me the room's at capacity and invite everybody else who got here after me to come in before me. So again, we need transparency, and I'm going to send a records request about how that changed.
Thank you. Okay, the next item that we have is, let's see, M4. Let me see what you have here. That's it? Oh, that was for, is this a late one? Or for governance team, okay. Okay, our last public input item is item K, governance team comments. I'm sorry? Yeah, I don't know either. Just make sure I got all the items here because I want to make sure that every item is called so that the public has an opportunity to speak on each item. Yeah, we're on all items not on the agenda, so that is the final item on the public input. Okay. Thank you for joining us, for sharing your perspectives. Your engagement is vital to the board's decision-making process, so thank you on behalf of the board. Now we're going on to item K, governance team comments. We'll start with hearing from our superintendent and then our student board member, Grace Lee, who, by the way, is taking her last turn on the board on the dais tonight. We have appreciated and learned a great deal from you, Grace. And we appreciate your service on the dais. I know this is not the end of your service in totality, but we're going to be moving on to your colleague, Daniel Capacetti, for the February meetings going forward. So thank you. So let's get started with Superintendent Llamas.
Thank you, Board President. So I have a little bit of a presentation. Next slide. Thank you. Over the past 100 days, I focused on one essential responsibility: listening. I visited every school, district department, and spent time with students, families, teachers, classified team members, certificated leaders, and community partners across Riverside USD. In total, I participated in over 200 meeting engagements alongside district leadership and staff, all designed to understand how our system feels and functions for the people who experience it every day. What we heard was both affirming and also clarifying. We heard deep pride in our schools with strong commitment to students. We also heard how important clarity, stability, and focus are in supporting the great work happening across our district. Families, staff, and students shared how much equity, belonging, and well-being matter, and how ready our community is ready to keep building on our strengths together. Together, these themes tell a hopeful story. Riverside Unified has strong values and deeply dedicated people. The opportunities in front of us is to bring even greater alignment to that work so that our priorities are reflected consistently across our classrooms, schools, and student experiences. The 5 themes that emerged, as you see on the slide, pointed us toward a single conclusion. The most responsible step and the most responsible next step is not a series of isolated decisions, but a thoughtful, district-wide plan built alongside our community. As I've said, the first 100 days did not end in decisions. They ended with clarity about how to move forward. That clarity is guiding our next step. So in this picture is our timeline related to how we will be navigating the next 4 months, really building on the collective community input. It'll be community informed and transparent, and it will focus on future-ready opportunities for our students and our scholars. And I selected this picture because I think about the hard work and the lift when it is about evaluating programs, listening to the input from our community. Every single piece and data piece that has been presented to me is being provided to feed this 5-year strategic plan. It's not about 1 year of outcomes. This is about long-term gains for our scholars and evaluating our data, looking at our equity tenets, and aligning our mission, vision, values directly with what our board priorities have been, and ensuring that those are streamlined straight to our classroom. Our goal is to share the first public draft in April so that our community can see how their voices are shaping our path. This is how we move from listening to alignment and from alignment to action for every student that we serve. It shouldn't be by school. It shouldn't be by zip code. We need to ensure that the consistency for our scholars is throughout our organization, from our earliest scholars to our ATP project team scholars. I want to end by thanking our board members for walking alongside me in this process. I also want to ensure that the board's vision and board priorities, as mentioned earlier, our LCAP and all our 52 site single plans for student achievement with our resources are aligned and permeate through the organization. Lastly, my appreciation goes out to our students, staff, and community that have shared their insights with me so that I can learn the wonderful things happening in our district and discern our next steps together. As we engage in the strategic planning process over the next several months, the community will receive additional information related to how to participate in these sessions that will be held virtually as well as in person. There will also be opportunities alongside the last LCAP survey that will also feed into our strategic plan, but there will be additional surveys and opportunities to garner additional feedback related to our programming, our processes, concerns within the community, and ensuring that it aligns with our board priorities. So I want to ensure the community that they have opportunities for engagement in the upcoming weeks. And I really look forward to the development of a 5-year plan, because when you look at a coherent system and high-performing school districts, our priorities, goals, action items, resources are aligned, ensuring that all students have the necessary supports at the time that they need them, and ensuring that from our board down to the classroom, everyone's clear who we are, what we do, and how we do it. And that is an important aspect to building a high-functioning school district. So thank you, board.
Thank you, Superintendent. Student Board Member Lee.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Noemi. Firstly, I hope that everyone had a restful winter holiday and also happy belated New Year. And I also want to congratulate the Poly Girls football, flag football team again, because I think that really shows that our USD students have a lot of talent. And yeah, if there's more opportunity, I hope we have more and more opportunity to showcase that. Yeah, and right now it's just riding into second semester, but I'm excited for what the new year will bring, what it'll hold, not only for all of us personally, but also for the district and for each and every one of the schools. So, also, with the opening of the new gym at North, I think everybody's really excited about it, because that opening night of the new gym, there's a basketball game, and that day I had a water polo game. But when we were coming out, there was just so many people, and you could hear all the noise in the gym, and I think everybody was so excited. So really thankful for that opening of the new gym, and yeah, just really hopeful for what the new year will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and we appreciate you. Next up is Trustee Lee.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Alexander. I just want to thank Student Board Member Lee for doing a great job up here and representing our 39,000 students with grace, no pun intended, and just really thoughtful comments and adding to the discussion and just making sure that we always keep student perspective at the forefront and at this dais. So a great job representing your school, your district, your colleagues up here. So as Dr. Noemi shared, your term still continues. You just don't have to sit at the dais. So we look forward to continue to working with you throughout this school year. But really thank you for being here. Thank you for staying throughout each meeting, even when they were long. And thank your parents too, because they often were in the audience. I think I saw your dad earlier. Oh, there he is back there. And your mom there. They're both here. I think that says a lot too about your family supporting you and staying here with you along the way. So good job to you. Good job, Mom and Dad. Thank you for sharing grace with us. Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Also, I was able to attend that John W. North opening to see the new gym in the science building. Mr. Kinnear, you did a great job representing the district and sharing from your perspective and your unique perspective, being a former principal there, and all the relationships you've made over the years. So thank you for taking the lead on behalf of the board, and grateful to have so many community members present for that event to celebrate that big change at North. And then briefly, since it just happened yesterday, I was able to attend the Honors High School musical, Sound of Music. And man, those kids are absolutely phenomenal. So just wanted to give kudos to all the actors, the teachers who supported them, the site administrators, and those behind the scenes that moved the sets, built the sets, did the costumes, played the music, just everybody involved. That's really a highlight, I think, of our district, because not only does it showcase the talent, just like you mentioned with the girls flag football team, it's an opportunity for kids across the district to come together and work with one another, and challenge one another, get to know each other, build relationships, and really just showcase some of the best of those that are doing theater, music, song, and dance. And really we saw that last night. So good job to those students. And I'm glad to be back after winter break, and enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Next up is Trustee Kinnear.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Llamas, for your presentation about the strategic plan. We look forward to reading it, and your insights will be valuable to all of us. You know, I thank my colleagues and many of you in the audience who have provided good wishes to me and encouragement to me in my recovery. I could say that I still have a ways to go, but I think I'm almost caught up with my board work from the meetings that I missed. So that's good news for me. You stole my thunder on Singing in the Rain last night. You know, what an exceptional performance. You know, I think about all the moving parts in that show, from the singing and the dancing, and the large group of students that were involved, the costumes, the makeup. You know, what a thrill that show was. And it certainly represented us very, very well, as Mr. Lee said. So thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Kinnear. Next, Trustee Tweed.
I just have a few comments, but first of all, thank you, Trustee Grace, for your contributions and your efforts. It's a sacrifice, and I think you represent more students than we do in our own trustee areas. You got a big burden on it, but you did an excellent job, and we look forward to your contributions behind the scenes going forward. To the note, yeah, I enjoyed the same show last night as my colleagues, and to say this, our students are amazing. They're inspiring. My own 6-year-old said she wants to be a performer as well. So kudos to our RUSD students for continuing to not only perform but inspire. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tweed. I will go last, and I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. Student Board Member Lee, you have been an inspiration. You've been very insightful. I appreciate you and your family for being so invested. You know, so many of our students do so many things, and they do their homework, and they excel in their studies, and they volunteer till, goodness, our last meeting was at 12:30 at night, and you wake up and you go to school the next day, and I just want to honor you and tell you thank you, and that your sacrifices are well worth it, and we appreciate you very much. And we'll continue to see you around the district. And I just wanted to extend a gratitude, this opportunity to sit in the seat of board president. I feel a great sense of responsibility and deep humility and commitment to serving our community. You know, it's the beginning of the year, and it's always a good time to cast vision, to try new ideas, to realign long-term commitments with new ones. You will see, as you've seen in the rhythm of the agenda, in the physical function of this room, and through transparent and multifaceted community communication that you will continue to see going forward. We have moved public input to the top of the meeting earlier, but not too early, so that our community partners have time to get here after work. The vision behind that was to allow family members, to allow the public to have an opportunity to speak on any item they wish to address the board about, and not have to stay late into the midnight hour with us while we do our business. Of course, everyone's welcome to stay until we are done doing our business, but there are families who, have to feed their children, practices to go to, homework to be done. Our employees as well, they open up their schools, they come here if they have an agenda item, they stay late into the night, and they're up again opening their schools at 6:30 in the morning. And so out of consideration for the public and for the community partners and for our employees, we're trying this new thing to try to get everybody to address the board at the beginning, but not too at the beginning, so that there's opportunity for people to get here after work. We have also taken into consideration of educators. I think I've already said that. So alignment is something that is a common theme today, so I'm really glad to hear that. We are casting vision for alignment with our community partners, with workforce developers, with the various job creators and innovators in the region. We intend to align the skills and the knowledge we equip our children with today with the future jobs, with the jobs of the future. And we seek to align and to fill the needs of this region. To use the language that my colleague used, Trustee Lee, to create a place where students can learn here, get a job here, and stay and live here and thrive here. And so it's something that is important to all of us. We're committed as a board to work with our state and local leaders and industry partners to make Riverside County a place where students get to a high quality education, go to college, learn a trade so they can get a good paying job close to home. This year I'm committed to working with my fellow board trustees to strengthen our governance skills, hold efficient meetings, keep in mind that we are student first, student achievement prioritized, safety and well-being, all of these are our true north. Our role as trustees is to cast vision, to set direction, to create strategic partnerships, to support our educators and staff, and to hold our superintendent accountable to the success of our students and educators. We are responsible for the what of the district. The superintendent and staff are responsible for the how. I look forward to working with my board and the superintendent to ensure the success of all of our scholars. Thank you very much. That concludes governance team comments. And now we will move on to the business of the Board of Education, starting with item L, consent. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion unless members of the board request to have specific items removed from the consent calendar. I will ask our members of the board if they wish to pull any consent items at this time for further discussion. Does anybody have any items to pull? I'm sorry, we're going to continue with the meeting. Any items?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Trustee Lee. Do we have a second on the consent agenda? Do I have a second to approve the consent agenda?
I second.
Okay. We have a motion by Trustee Lee, seconded by Trustee Tweed. And Trustee Tweed, can you put up the votes? Call it to a vote. And also please allow student board member to vote first. Okay, the consent item passes. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to action items. Let me see where else. Yes, action items. You want to take a break? Absolutely. 10 minutes okay with everyone? Okay, thank you. We will return in 10 minutes, so approximately 8:05. an additional term on the Measure O Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Assistant Superintendent Williams, can you please begin this item?
Well, good evening, President Dr. Hernandez-Alexander and Superintendent Dr. Llamas. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening, and also the rest of you members of the board. Starting with the end in mind, this report will conclude with the recommendation to fill the Citizens Bond Oversight seats as cited before. And I actually don't have the clicker. Are we going to do these for me? I think Liz was changing the batteries for me, so thank you, Liz. Liz is awesome. So that's perfect. So, so the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee has been in operation since the passage of Measure O General Obligation Bond in 2016. The committee currently meets all the required requirements established under the bond mandated found in Proposition 39. Sorry, I lost my place. And Proposition 39 identifies who the members are. Staff has followed the recruitment guidelines given in the board policy, and all seats on the committee are currently filled. However, 2 members have terms that are expiring next month. The statutory committee requirements are as follows. The committee should be composed of one parent that is involved in a PTA or other school organization, 1 business owner, 1 senior citizen organization member, 1 bona fide taxpayer organization member, plus 2 members at large. Our committee actually is comprised of a total of 13, which is allowed under the statute as well. So all candidates were selected using the same criteria, and this is an ongoing criteria. And since the committee's inception, the same standard has been set. As mentioned, 2 members, one member's second term is expiring at the end of next month, and another member's first term is expiring. As has been past practice, another term has been offered to each of these members. They have filled out applications and have submitted them for the board's consideration. And here we see the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee's recommendation to the board and how they would like to see their colleagues filled with vacancies. And these are vacancies, how they should be filled broadly. Lastly, here we see the makeup of the committee. If the board approves these 2 appointees, Mr. Kroon, who would serve his 3rd and final term as our sole senior citizen organization member, and Mr. Vandenberg, who would serve his 2nd term as our business owner representative, would be approved for 1 more term. And with this information, I yield to the superintendent as per the committee's bylaws, and then she will make the formal nomination to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I motion to the board that I recommend the approval of the 2 candidates that have been recommended by the CBOC to serve another term. Thank you.
Okay, the superintendent has moved to approve the 2 candidates proposed. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Kinnear.
Can the superintendent make a motion? She can make a recommendation.
She can make, oh, okay, you moved.
So maybe Mr. Kinnear can make the
So let's go
motion.
with Mr. Kinnear makes the motion.
I make a motion to approve the 2 members that the superintendent's recommended.
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Trustee Lee. Is there any discussion on the item?
I have one
Seeing
question.
none? Oh, you do have discussion?
I have one quick question.
Sure.
And I'm sure it's already answered, but in the past, we had some difficulties with attendance at attendance at meetings. Are these 2 members in good standing in terms of participation and attendance?
Terrific question. And yes, we have had problems with that in the past. Currently, Membership has been doing a really good job of participating, and these two members in particular are there at every meeting. I don't recall either of them missing one time.
Good, thank you.
Good question. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, end of discussion, and so now we can call to a vote, allowing the student board member to vote first. Okay, the motion carries. Next up is item 2. This next action item is a request to have the board adopt Resolution 2025-26-32 and approve change order number 4 for bid number 2023-24-02-17 due to unforeseen conditions related to the Casablanca Elementary School new construction project. Assistant Superintendent Williams, can you please walk us through this agenda item?
Greetings again, distinguished policymakers. Despite the very successful opening of our Casablanca Elementary School and the multiple awards that have been received by this school since its opening, finishing this school took significant strategy and a lot of hard work, as you know. Due to a record wet year in the winter of 2024, the project was as many as 60 days behind schedule. As you know, the first day of school waits for no one, and so that we had no choice but to finish the project on time. 2 incidents occurred on the project that actually delayed the project significantly for this particular contractor in question, and so a change arose as a result of that. One of the items was a water line that was installed in Lincoln Avenue. The approved documents that were provided by the city were incorrect, and the water line was significantly deeper and had to be rerouted in a much more significant way than the contract documents allowed for. And so the contractor, while he was in the street, had to actually finish the work while he was without remedy. Again, to stop that work in the middle of that water line construction would have extended cost in order to bid it and prevented people from actually having water service and delayed the opening of the school. A second item occurred also under this contractor's scope of responsibility in that the city approved our documents, but items were missed on the storm drain system that was in an adjacent street to the new school. Again, this happens from time to time. The city did require us to put the infrastructure in, and this was not in the contractor's scope of work as well. And so, again, stopping the work would have delayed the school from opening, which constitutes the emergency under the statute, which allows us to continue work without bidding. We used the contractor's standard of care to make sure that we looked at the costs and evaluated them fairly and made sure that they were competitive, but we did not do a formal bid. And as a result of it, our changes went beyond 10%. This emergency resolution allows the approval of the changes beyond 10%, and that's why it's a special resolution, because this is not standard, but you can understand the urgent nature of it. Again, we previously shared the details with the previous superintendent and the board as this was going on, but now this is the reconciliation of the contract with this contractor, and so we're making final payments and getting things ready and bringing this to your for your consideration. The resulting change did exceed 10%, and so the resolution is identified is here for your approval. It should be noted that this school project, was finished well under the budget, and several contractors that you approved earlier on the consent calendar have returned contract funds to the school district. So the project itself finished well under. This contractor in particular, though, because of the scope of work that I identified, did go over 10%. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. That's what I just told you. And on this one, here's a photograph of some of the work that was done in Lincoln Avenue. And then also some of the work that was done from the storm drain off of Frida, as I mentioned earlier. And with that, if there are any other questions that I can answer, or I would yield back to the president to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Is there any questions from the board on this item? Any questions for
I make a motion to
Assistant
approve.
Superintendent? Wonderful. A motion was made by trustee Kinnear, seconded by
I second.
trustee Tweed. We'll call, any further discussion? No? Okay, let's call the question. For a vote, allowing the student board member to vote first. Okay, the motion passes to adopt the resolution 26-32. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Williams. Moving on to item number 3, the next action item is requesting the board's approval to enter into an agreement with a company called Synergistic for Energy Management Services. Executive Director, Mr. Sam Presi, will you present this agenda item for us? Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Hernandez-Alexander, Superintendent Dr. Yamas, and esteemed board members. My name is Sam Presi, and I'm here to discuss the Synergistic Energy Services and Healthier Buildings Services Agreement. With me this evening is Carrie DeBoe. She's the Regional Vice President of Synergistic. And also with us this evening is Mr. Lynn Pace and Mr. Aaron Emmons. So with this Energy Services Agreement, this is an excellent opportunity for Riverside Unified School District to realize some guaranteed savings with our utilities. On average, we spend about $8 million, and this organization, which I've had prior experience with, has done an awesome job and will do an excellent job for us, with also having, like I mentioned, guaranteed savings. This program is rooted under 3 tenets, and that's going to be technicians, the technology, and the management processes. And Carrie's going to go through the presentation and provide more additional details.
Good evening, President Hernandez-Alexander and Superintendent Yamas and members of the board. I'm Carrie DeBose. I'm here again to finish out what Mr. Presi introduced to you, which is our energy conservation program. We've always been made up of people and process. We've been in business for 40 years. And so in the beginning, we just had the people and the process. And then along the way, we've added the technology to our program. The technology platform has been the biggest game changer, and that really allows us to be able to find opportunity that's being missed so that we can go and turn that into savings. So when we talk about people, we will embed a synergistic employed energy specialist who is 100% dedicated on-site here to the energy program, and they're full-time. So they are here to be the face of the program, to be the boots on the ground. They're doing building audits during unoccupied and occupied times, nights, weekends, holidays. So that's the people part of it. When we talk about the technology, that is, again, like I said, the newest addition since we started 40 years ago, and this has really turned us into more of a data-driven company. So the technology is what informs our people and our process. And when I talk about process, it is a very comprehensive process that's evolved over the years. But it is a Six Sigma process, so we are continuously doing a feedback loop of assessing, planning, implementing, and then again assessing, and just constantly optimizing your systems so that we can find energy waste and improve comfort. So backing the team of the team backs the energy specialist, and the team that I'm talking about is a team of licensed engineers. We have certified specialists. We have specialists on indoor air quality, specialists on irrigation. We have a solar specialist. You name it, we have a bench of experts that is here for the district to access at any time that you need them. It's not an extra invoice, but it's part of our services. This team will also be making energy management recommendations on run times and schedules and set points and optimizing equipment. They'll build out energy management plans for each campus, and they can also do training and support for the internal team for maintenance and operations. This is our proprietary software platform. It's made up of 4 components, and we will give access to these 4 components as well as training on these so that the internal team at the district knows how to use these. I'll just quickly highlight each one. GreenX is the data and analytics engine, and that analyzes thousands of data points in real time to capture those opportunities for savings. Simulate is a tool that we have where you can build what-if scenarios. So what if you wanted to change out a roof, or what if you were changing windows at a certain building? What if you want to figure out what the most efficient building is to host a tournament or a summer school. All different scenarios can be built out and simulate to help you make more informed decisions and help you understand what your ROI would be. The next one is Synergistic Measure. That's our energy accounting software. And the last one is Synergistic Executive, which is an app designed for senior leadership so that they have access at all times right there on their app to see in real time where the program is, where the savings is. It benchmarks each school in terms of energy use index and what energy they're using. It also tracks all of the audits being done by the energy specialist. Just for one closer look at Synergistic Measure, that again is the energy accounting software, and so the finance team will have access to this at all times. It has a very transparent, easy to navigate system. It shows the savings calculations. It also has hyperlinks to show supporting data on how those calculations were made. It holds all the adjustments to the baseline, meaning anything that happens during the contract where the district has done measures to save, so you got new equipment, you made upgrades, we're not going to measure that as part of the savings. So we will make adjustments to that, and that's also housed here in Synergistic Measure. You can run all kinds of reports, and we will also provide monthly reporting and then semi-annual board updates. The Synergistic Community piece is our student engagement piece that we offer. And we try to engage students in hands-on STEM activities that promote energy conservation and really inspire environmental leadership. We have modules, 9 different sustainability topics that are available in modules that were written by teachers. I myself am a former teacher. I did help write the modules. Those are available for all grades, kindergarten through 12. They can be adapted to whatever the student audience is. This is not anything that, we know teachers have a ton on their plate. This is not anything to add more to their plate. This is there to complement anything that they're doing. They can use as little or as much of this as they want to. We also have a junior energy specialist toolkit that has tools in it that the energy specialist uses, so the students can learn how to do building audits. We'll train the teachers and the students how to use the tools. We also have a learning guide that goes with that. At the older level kids, they can actually, practice gathering, collecting data, reading data, interpreting graphs, putting data into graphs. We can provide real campus data so that they can do research or class projects. I did meet with the teacher at North High School who's over the science and over the MES pathway, Lillian McCandless, and she shared some of the components of the MESS pathway program, and I shared some of the components of Synergistic Community. She felt like that the offerings were very much aligned with what she's already built out, so we would be excited to work with any part of the district that wants to have a part of Synergistic Community. I know there was a lot of mention earlier on careers, and we do offer resources for career fairs, technology fairs, those types of things as well. So just to kind of wrap up everything that's part of the program, I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. The first 6 months of our program are fee-free. So performance starts on month 1, but month 7 is when you actually would get a fee. So you will have 6 months to start to accrue savings, which will help the program start to pay for itself. Again, you have the team of engineers and technicians to augment your team's expertise and just to add to it. You have the energy specialist who's full-time. They're on our payroll, but they are working here at the district and basically are an extension of the team here at the district as far as the M&O team goes. Comfort benchmarking down here on the lower left-hand corner, our goal is to improve comfort in the classrooms. That's a top priority. We will benchmark those comfort issues, and that's just something that we're going to focus on from the very beginning. And last is the program is 100% funded by the savings, and we guarantee that. So if at the end of each performance year, if you came out of pocket, then we will reimburse the difference on that. So we are proposing a net savings over 5 years of $2,100,100. So the gross savings would be, let me get my notes, so, the gross savings would be $4,199,100, and the program investment would be $2,100,100, and that would net back to the district the $2.1 million and anything that goes above that. So I will stop there, and are there any questions?
Do you have any questions from the board? Trustee Kinnear?
Thanks. I appreciate the district staff seeking input from teachers and site administrators. Having a sustainability program, you have to build it, and I was initially concerned over that being extra work for staff, and I appreciate Mr. Precy and others helping me with that thought and talking directly with the teachers union and others. So I'm supportive of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I think this is for you, Mr. Precy. So I imagine, especially given the kind of sharing what some of these solutions that Synergistic provides, they'll provide some recommendations for some infrastructure improvements that we, I guess, may or may not make. Do we have a budget in mind for those projects?
Not a budget in mind. This is going to be something where we're going to do an assessment, evaluation, take a look at our systems, take a look at operational opportunities as far as cycle times, startup times, see how, if there's opportunities to make some adjustments with those items to help reduce demand, low charges, things like that with regard to our bills. If there's other energy savings opportunities, like perhaps changing out a pump or installing a variable frequency drive, maybe soft start type loads, then those are instances where they'll come to us, and then we'll try and match that up with our capital plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for bringing this to the board, because I'm looking forward to seeing if we could cut our energy costs and consumption. I have just a comment. One is I was pleased to see that there is a curriculum that can be used with students and with the high schools or with the schools in general. I see this pairing really well with many of our CTE pathways, so that would be a really great partnership, so thank you for that. Did I hear correctly that there would be a synergistic team member housed at M&O? Okay. What are the logistics of that? How would that work out?
You want to speak to that, Sam? Yes, they will have they'll have an office most likely over with maintenance and operations.
Okay.
They just need a desk. We provide the computer and all of that. Some have had an office in a closet. We know space is limited sometimes, but they will have they just need to have a desk somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of times the energy specialists, they actually won't be in their office. They're going to be out performing energy audits. They're going to be starting the relationships, building relationships with the principals and taking a look at their customers, getting familiar with their work sites. And many times the audits are going to be occurring during the evening time. So when their unoccupied spaces are going to go through, they're going to be verifying our utility charges. If there's an irregularity with our bill or a particular 15-minute block of time, the energy specialists will actually go out to the school sites and they will see if there's a real-time issue. And if there's not, then they'll actually go back to the utility company and say, I believe there's an error with this particular bill, and we'll receive credits back. So I've had that happen a number of times.
That's great. Thank you. Is there any other questions from the board? Okay, well then I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution of 2025-26. Do we have said motion?
I motion to approve.
Okay, moved by Dr. Tweed.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Kinnear. Any other further discussion? Yes. Student Board Member Lee.
I wanted to ask, how will this practically impact campuses? Like, for example, there was something about, I had it pulled up, I'm sorry, but it was like optimizing something, like ventilation or something. Like, how will it practically be seen around campus? Will it have something that disturbs, or?
Students won't realize or notice any differences. That would be the goal. If you do realize a difference, it's maybe because there's a down system or something or other. But for this program here, students won't notice a difference.
I will say, unless you notice healthier buildings.
That's the hope. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll call a vote to the action item. Please allow for the student board member to vote first. Okay, thank you to all. The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2025-26-32, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one, I apologize. To, let me get the proper language here, to approve entering into an agreement with Synergistic LLC for energy management and healthier building services. Thank you. Thank you, congratulations. Okay, so next up we have, this brings us to our last action item of tonight. This item is to amend our 2026 board meeting calendar. This item will be presented by our superintendent, Dr. Llamas. Dr. Llamas, can you please walk us through this agenda item?
Yes, so the board took action on December 18th at the organizational meeting and requested that 7 additional dates or 7 additional workshops be added to the calendar. I appreciated the intent that was motioned, proposing the additional workshops and the desire for deeper discussion and learning as a board. From my role as a new superintendent for Riverside Unified and wanting to do an amazing job in service of our community, I ask and offer some recommendations and of just a perspective, and asked if a few of the workshops could be focused on governance. I know my focus is to build team and alignment and to listen to our Board of Education and really ensuring that I'm capturing the priorities of the board as well as processes. And I also know that I want to make sure that we continue to create space in alignment and long-term thinking. With the strategic plan in mind, it's a hefty 5-year plan that will be developed. And I know the discussions with board members are going to be critical for capturing your thoughts and processes. I know there'll be individual meetings, but I think to be able to listen as a board to ensure that I receive that input, that will, the vision from the board will guide the development of the strategic plan. So I just want to ensure as well that the informational updates that our staff members, I know it's a heavy lift for the team, and I want to ensure that those are held at the regular board meeting, and these workshops are really utilized to deepen our learning and understanding of areas that the Board of Education wants to dive deeper into. So just thank you, board.
Thank you, Superintendent Llamas. Are there any board members who have questions or want to discuss item M4? Do you have any questions or any discussion prior to calling for any motions? Is there anyone who do have any input, discussion, points, questions?
Just to clarify, to echo the superintendent's point, but the workshops are really a chance for us to do a deep dive on a specific subject matter, so which is a little different than our traditional board meeting. It offers an opportunity to be transparent in our thinking and discussion, but the focus is for us to understand the material better. Is that correct?
Well, it would be up to us. The topics themselves would be something that we would talk about next. We don't need to talk about it here, but that is something that will be developed. Dr. Llamas is suggesting that in addition to going into deep dives on particular topics like academic achievement that we do every October, those are kind of the given presentations, workshops that we do, you know, something aligned with our priorities, strategic plan going forward, et cetera, that we, in addition to that, take this opportunity to have that we're having extra meetings to become better at as a governance team, be better knowledgeable, learn tools to be more efficient and to govern well. So Dr. Llamas is suggesting that. I also have some comments, but I want to leave it for the other board members to chime in before I do. Mr. Lee?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I see what you're trying to accomplish, Dr. Llamas, and I think in principle, I'm in agreement. I mean, the goal is not to have more meetings for meeting's sakes, and I don't think that was the way the board voted necessarily. I think it was just to be able to have more opportunities to work together to solve some of the challenge we have in this district and to continue the good work that we're doing and the work that we need to get better on more quickly, be able to talk about that as a group. So I think however we accomplish that, you know, I'll leave it to you and the president to kind of calendar those agenda items. And then, you know, as items are needed, right, board members can always ask things to be added to an agenda. One thing I was thinking about as I heard Dr. Llamas talk about her 100 days and this idea of doing a 5-year strategic plan. I mean, there's a lot to that strategic plan, and as you said, and as I think we all would like, we'd like to get some input, obviously not only from our staff, you know, the experts in the field, but also our community and parents, just to make sure that we have a full understanding of what expectations we have from the community and from staff, and then also hearing from staff what some of the challenges we're facing and things that we've done that are working and things that we've done that are not working. So maybe potentially some of those meetings could incorporate pieces of that strategic plan so that, you know, some of those workshops, so that as a board, we can really be laser focused on a particular part of that strategic plan. I was also thinking, we haven't done this in a while, but taking these meetings on the road. We did that many years ago, going out into the community so that, you know, whether we use a school site or community center, to kind of make it less formal and stuffy that this dais can often present and maybe intimidating to some members of the public, and give us a chance to get into some neighborhoods and maybe see some campuses. That also would, I saw the one public comment that was submitted electronically, just talked about the burden that our meetings have on the adult school campus, and limiting their opportunities to have class because of parking and safety and other things, so that it would still allow us to accomplish having the number of meetings that the board wants to have, but without impacting this site disproportionately, and also giving an opportunity for us to get out into the community and maybe allowing others who would normally participate in our meetings to participate. And since I imagine this 5-year strategic plan is going to be a heavy lift, it might take the year, half the year to get through it. So I think it would show, you know, some alignment with the goals that you have in terms of being focused and transparent, and being accessible, to allow the public and us as a body to work together to specifically focus and build that strategic plan together as a group. So that would be my suggestion for maybe some of the meetings. I think obviously doing work as a governance team is also important. We've done that every year in the past. One thing we have not done, I think, as the current board stands, is kind of review the goals that we've set and just kind of talk about, make sure those are still the goals that we want, if we want to refine them as a board, if we want to shift focus in any direction. I think that's important to do. I think the goals that we have now are really important, and I think they're really good, and I still think there's work to be done. But they are the goals from probably 3 or 4 years ago. So since then, we got a new superintendent. We have a couple new board members. So just kind of a check-in, allowing the newer board members to be able to participate in what they want to see happen, hear from their trustee areas and the voters that represent or voted them to represent them, get their voices heard, and also you, Dr. Llamas, to have your kind of stamp of approval on the board and participate in that discussion. So that would be my input on how to make the best use of our time with those meetings and involve the public.
Thank you. Yeah, all of those are really good suggestions, and we're going to incorporate them into what is possible for our meetings. Mr. Kinnear, you asked to speak, and then you removed your name. Do you still want to speak? You're back on? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kinnear, and then Dr. Tweet.
I think it's very appropriate that we follow through with both Dr. Llamas' suggestion and Mr. Lee's suggestion about some of the topics of the workshop meetings being on governance and how we can be better trustees for RUSD, and then also about the strategic plan. My gosh, you spent 100 days thinking about what this strategic plan should look like. Well, now the board needs to grapple with it. I don't know if that's going to take 1 meeting, 2 meetings, 5. I don't know, but I think it should be a high priority for the workshops that we establish for your strategic plan and what that means to us. A couple of other thoughts is we'll be in June we'll be looking at approving a new LCAP document, which goes hand in hand with the strategic plan, et cetera, et cetera. But we need to review our current LCAP action steps and look at how we're doing with them. I mean, we've invested a ton of money on coaches. So what do we? What data? What evidence do we have that our current strategic plan is, or our current LCAP plan is working? What should be changed? And that goes hand in hand with the strategic plan. I think this board has talked about data. Certainly, I've talked about data a lot, and we all want to use data to better make our decisions or lead us in the direction of making better decisions. So I think that a workshop on that topic alone and what Power Analytics can do for us, what are other districts doing in with data management, how we can use data to help us. We always need to learn more about math, English, science. Workshops that delve into real specifics. I was thinking of one tonight whereby we were talking about math achievement at the high school. Let's delve into that math data. Let's look at our kids in. I shouldn't say kids in front of you. I'm sorry. Our young adults in calculus and beyond, doing very, very well on the state assessments. What are we missing, or what might we be missing with some of the data in terms of that data analysis? Being again a high school principal, you teased me once. Do we call it school plus two? School plus two. I'd like to hear more. I mean, that's an LCAP action. I'd like to hear more about what's happening with School Plus 2 and what might this board do differently to support the increase in students that are involved in 2 or more student organizations or clubs or athletics or visual and performing arts stuff. I've said enough. If Dr. Yamas, you think you run out of topics, you know my phone number.
Thank you, Trustee Kinnear. Before we close discussion, I just wanted to continue the discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tweed. I apologize. I cleared your name and then I forgot.
I just want to add something quick. I would agree with Trustee Lee's comments about taking the show on the road. I know we did a subcommittee at the district office once, and even consider changing the time. Not this time doesn't work for everyone. This place doesn't work for everyone, and so just being open to different locations and different times would be something to consider.
Thank you. I like the idea of going to different trustee areas or visiting different schools. taking the workshops on the road is the best way to say that, because it will provide more access for the public to be able to come in, listen in, and participate in the workshops. You know, I had initially voted no because I wasn't in favor of being very specific on the number of items because the staff was looking for topics. And so that signaled to me that if we're looking for topics, then that we're covering the topics that we should be covering. And also, every year we do end up having workshops covering the things that we do need to cover beyond that is agendized. So that was my initial reaction to that. But one of the things that I really want us all as a board to be considerate of is the impact that, that we have on staff. The time that it takes away from them doing the job that we've hired them to do, doing the job that we're holding the superintendent, our only employee, to do. When they're constantly preparing for meetings, getting us data for meetings, running the show for meetings. The public doesn't know this. 2 weeks prior to a meeting, the staff has already prepared what's on the agenda. We're reviewing with the president and the vice president. Then they're meeting with every single board member. And then the week prior, the week of, the superintendent is meeting with every single board member. That is a lot of time taken away from the actual job that we're holding them accountable to do. And so I, as a board, do not want to create busy work for the staff if we're also holding them accountable to do the work that we've hired them to do. So, and again, we've only hired the superintendent because she's technically our only hire. Everyone else is under her purview. So I want us all as a board to be cognizant of how we extract resources from our staff. I also, you know, we did receive a comment that I thought was very valuable from a student from this school. The impact of so many meetings at this school does impact their learning, right? We're here to learn. We want to see metrics of increased learning, and now our meetings are creating a barrier for students to learn. So if we meet here every other Thursday, that means that students at this school are canceling class every other Thursday. We need to be considerate of our students on this campus. And so, yeah, maybe taking the show on the road is a good idea. Maybe we look for different locations so that the students of this campus can keep their campus and be able to attend classes. Yeah, so as far as topics go, I thank my colleagues for the suggestions. We will continue to work with them. Myself and the superintendent will work together on deciding on these agendas, and we'll bring them to you shortly. So thank you very much for your input. At this point, I am entertaining a motion for the 2026 Board of Education meeting calendar. Do I have a motion?
Go ahead, Dale.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kinnear.
I make a motion to approve. I want to say that I also have some more comments.
Okay, do I have a second to Mr. Kinnear's motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Kinnear, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with your thoughts, President, but I want to make it clear, I don't want to add busy work to our superintendent or to anybody in this district. So if one thinks I'm adding busy work, I hope one would be direct with me and tell me that so that I could respond. If sometimes my math isn't as good as it should be, but if we met every other Thursday, we'd be meeting 26 times a year, not 17 or 18 times a year. My last comment about the adult school, I think that's a legitimate issue. I read the comment like everybody else has done, but I didn't count up the number of meetings we had in here this year, but I think it was about 17, about where we are right now. I'm not sure I was adding meetings, only adding meetings to the 11 that we proposed. I think what I was doing was saying I wanted at least the same number of meetings that that we had last year and not busy work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kinnear. Okay, we'll be calling for the vote. Please allow student board member to vote first. Okay, the motion carries to amend the 2026 Board of Education meeting calendar. Okay, so this brings us to the conclusion of our meeting today. So I'd like to ask if there are any board members who would like to request agenda items for future board meetings. Mr. Lee?
I don't have any specific items, but I wanted to thank our Beth Martin for organizing all of our schedules to add all of these dates, because I know that's no easy task to look at all these calendars and find ones that work for not only us, but the superintendent and the staff. So as usual, you've outdone yourself, so I just wanted to acknowledge you and thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Kinnear, did you have something to say? No? Thumbs up to Beth Martin. What would we do without her? Okay, so tonight we will adjourn the meeting in memory of Mr. Anthony Laderi, who was a superintendent in RUSD from 1994 to 1998. He devoted almost 40 years to public education, and his favorite role was that of a high school principal. We also adjourn in memory of Roger Ransom, who was an RUSD board member from 1976 to 1983. He was a deeply involved Riversider who had very strong ties to RUSD over many years. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Thursday, February 12th, 2026, and we'll see you there. Thank you.